Hello, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the Zoning Board of Adjustment for 20th March 2024. Notice has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act by posting a copy of the notice on the first floor of the municipal building and sending a copy to the Montclair Times, Star Ledger, and Herald News. This is a public hearing in which any members of the public are welcome to attend. The meeting agenda is available on the Montclair website, as is a link to the Township's YouTube channel where the hearing can be viewed live or after the fact. The hearing is also being televised on Channel 34. I'll call the roll. William Harrison.
Here.
John McCullough.
Here.
John Caulfield.
Here.
Jay Church.
Here.
Angela Harris.
Here.
Jerry Simon.
Here.
Sebastian Vieira.
Here.
Jamina Grant. Here. Janice Talley.
Oh, here.
Michael Sullivan.
Here. We have the minutes of the February 21st meeting. I have changes on 2 pages, but many changes. On page 1, Ms. Grant should be marked as being present. And then on page 4, on line 1, after the block and lot, put use variances, comma. And then after line 17, put a new 3 that reads, I'll do this slowly, a use variance for lot 7.01 to reduce the lot area in connection with the use variance previously granted for lot 7. And then on line 21, replace property with building, and then put the word entirely after 2B. And then on line 22, before the word converted, add the word partially. And then on line 38, replace church with home, or house would be better. I have no other changes to those minutes. Does anyone else have any changes?
Motion to accept minutes as corrected.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
And abstentions. Okay. Then we have the resolution for the Coleman application on Madison Avenue. I don't have any changes to that resolution. Does anyone else have any changes? If not,
Motion to accept the resolution.
Is there a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay. And then you have the resolution for the Hillside Square application. Michael, we bifurcated voting,
Correct.
so
We didn't bifurcate the resolution, so only those board members that voted for the action taken are eligible to vote. So if you voted to grant the 2-family use on that lot, for example, I know Mr. Vieira did, you're not eligible to vote on the resolution.
and I have 2 changes to that also on page 4. I think I only read page 4 of everything. On the first line, after, at the end of the sentence, for single-family homes, add located on lots comparable to the proposed lot 7.02. And then the next to last line, put the word before new single-family home. Anyone else with any changes to that resolution? If Okay, so after, at the very beginning of the first line, after 4 single-family homes, but located on lots comparable to the proposed lot 7.02. Okay. Any other changes? If not, someone want to move the resolution with those changes?
I'd move the resolution, Mr. Chairman, with the changes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay, the first application is that of BDP 6-10 Erie LLC. This is for property located at 6-10 Erie Street. This is an application for site plan approval to reconfigure the parking lot and circulation on the property and to convert approximately 6,075 square feet of space in an existing building to a dance studio. The applicant proposes to increase the number of on-site parking spaces from 73 to 88. Add new lighting and landscaping. The proposed dance studio is not a permitted use in the zoning district, and the applicant is also requesting a use variance for the dance studio use. Mr. Trembulak, you want to give your appearance and proceed?
Sure. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Alan Trembulak, appearing on behalf of the applicant, BDP 6-10 Erie LLC. As the legal notice indicates, this is an application for site plan approval for the property that's commonly known as 6-10 Erie Street. The property is a large 1.5 acre site with frontage on 3 streets, Label Street, Erie Street, and Oak Place. There are 2 existing buildings located on the property, including a vacant building at the corner of Label Street and Erie Street, which was formerly the home of Richie Ciceri's restaurant. And that building has been vacant and unoccupied since the restaurant closed at least 10 years ago, and I believe probably longer. But that's the site we're talking about. It's located more or less across the street from the Walnut Street train station. The property is located in the C2 General Business and Light Industrial Zone District. The applicant this evening, my client, is a limited liability company whose principal owner is David Placek, who's sitting next to me at the table here. The LLC is in the process of acquiring this property, and it currently has a master lease for the entire site. Mr. Placek has plans to perform various substantial and much-needed improvements to this site, and this application tonight essentially represents what I consider to be the first phase of the planned improvements to this property. And the improvements that we'll be discussing tonight are basically exterior improvements. I'm talking about reconfiguring the existing parking areas, which will actually increase the number of on-site parking spaces from 73 to 88, an increase of 15 spaces, along with various other exterior site improvements, including lighting, landscaping, et cetera. In addition to site plan approval for the reconfiguration of the lot and the exterior and site improvements, and the reason we're before this board tonight and not the planning board is because we're also seeking approval to convert approximately 6,000 square feet of space in one of the buildings to a dance studio to be occupied by what I consider to be an iconic, long-standing Montclair nonprofit organization, Sharron Miller's Academy for the Performing Arts, which has operated a dance studio and educational facility primarily for children and teenagers for approximately 28 years in town. Sharron Miller would like to relocate her studio to this location, which she believes and we believe is ideally suitable for her use and much better than her current location on South Park Street in a second floor space in the heart of the Montclair Central Business District. Unfortunately, dance studios are not listed among the permitted uses in the C2 zone, And for that reason, we require a D1 use variance from this board, and that's why this board has jurisdiction over the entire application. There's only one other variance that we need tonight, and that's a parking variance to permit 88 spaces, whereas more spaces are required under the zoning ordinance. But as I think you'll become pretty clear after you hear the testimony this evening, we will demonstrate that there is more than enough. The 88 spaces on this property are more than enough to satisfy the parking demands for the various uses on the property. So in summary, the relief we're seeking tonight is three things. One, the D1 variance for the dance studio, parking variance, and site plan approval. There are also a few site plan waivers, which are, I believe, mostly, if not totally, for existing non-conforming conditions. So I have 6 witnesses to present, which I hope to do in fairly as short a period of time as possible. First witness will be Mr. Placek, followed by Sharron Miller. Then I'll have a project architect, Alan Horowitz, who will explain the building renovations for the dance studio. And then after that, we have Vince Flanagan from the Langen Engineering, who will review the site plan. And Dan DeSario, another engineer employed by Langen Engineering, who will discuss the parking and explain the parking analysis that his firm has prepared. And then finally, after that, we have George Williams, our professional planner, who will testify in support of the D1 variance. So, having said all that, unless the board has any questions for me, I'd like to call my first witness, David Placek.
I'm going to swear the board professionals in first. Would you both raise your right, Janice Farwell, would you both raise your right hands? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board? State your name and position with the township.
Janice Talley, the Director of Planning.
Hussein Farva, Assistant Planner.
Mr. Placek, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Just state your name and address, please.
Sure. David Placek, 7 Oak Place, Suite 240, Montclair, New Jersey, 07042.
Thank you.
Sorry. And Mr. Placek, are you one of the principals of BDP 6-10 Erie LLC?
Correct, I am.
Okay, and what is the nature of the relationship between your LLC and the property at 6-10 Erie Street?
Yeah, we're the master lessee and contract purchaser of the property. We entered into a structured sale transaction to accommodate planning on behalf of the seller, 34 Label Street Associates LLC, almost a year ago, May of 2023, and the specifics of that contract give us overall rights and control of the property via master lease for a few years before we actually close on the property. We have significant capital that's been exposed and conveyed to the seller. In addition to that, we're paying for all operating expenses, capital improvements, capital expenses, and for all intents and purposes have full control and oversight of the property.
Okay. Can you provide the board with an overview? I know you've got plans for substantial renovations, and they're not all before the board this evening, but I think it might be helpful to give the board a big picture of what your overall plans are for this property.
Yeah, of course. And maybe even to give the board a little bit more background on who we are. BDP Holdings is a Montclair-based real estate investment and development company. I'm the sole owner of the company along with my wife. We've been residents of Montclair for about 11 years, have 3 kids. I dragged one of them here this evening, begrudgingly, but he is a Sharron Miller student and also a significant property owner within Montclair Township with the ownership of Lackawanna Plaza and a number of other parcels throughout the township, in addition to property across the country. We've actually been a tenant of this building since 2019 and have called it home. I'm a member of Fit Loft, which is the gym on the ground floor, formerly known as DFit. You can find me there in the early mornings, 5 days a week. And, generally have been a fan of the property ever since I was first introduced to it in 2018. So as Alan mentioned, we do have plans to bring that property back to what it deserves to be. I think the prior owner ran it one way. We look to run it a little bit differently. As somebody said to me recently, I've lived here for 35 years, and I walk past that property every day on my way to the train station. I don't think I ever knew it actually existed. It's fairly nondescript. I think a member of the Historic Preservation Commission said it's invisible. So we want to give it a little bit more prominence, bring the occupancy up to 100%. We've been fortunate enough to sign a number of leases, including with Sharon Miller Academy of the Performing Arts, since we took control of the property in May of 2023. We're nearly 100% under lease today. That includes the vacant Richie Ciceri site, and are excited to get the property, back to the level that it deserves to be. And I think you'll hear from Alan Horowitz, our architect, what some of those improvements are, but essentially beautify the site. If you've driven by it or you know of it, it needs a little bit of TLC and maybe a little more than just TLC. We plan to bring in addition to new parking lots, paving and landscaping, new painting of the building itself, putting in the proper windows. There's a hodgepodge of various types of windows throughout the property, including that vintage 1980s glass block that I know a lot of you love, but unfortunately we're going to replace that with more representative windows for the property. Bring some art to the property as well, better property signage, and most importantly, just reactivate the property, including that vacant restaurant street on the corner.
Do you have a prospective tenant for the restaurant?
We do. Yeah, we're under lease with the restaurant, and that would include liquor license as well. We submitted a transfer application to the township last week to bring a liquor license to that location.
Okay. Do you have how many buildings are there actually on the property?
There's 2 buildings on the property. The former Richie Ciceri restaurant space is 2 Erie. And then there's 1 building behind that. It's a little confusing because that building has addresses that range from 4 to 10 Erie Street, and then also 7 Oak Place, based on where the entrance is and what street that entrance is facing. But there are only 2 buildings on the property.
Okay. Do you have any plans at this time to enlarge or expand any of the buildings?
We do not.
Okay. By the way, while we're talking about buildings on the site, there's a shed that I guess is adjacent to or attached to the Ciceri building, which apparently was never the subject of any approvals. I'm guessing that Mr. Ciceri just took it upon himself to provide that, but in any event, the building, that shed is there. Can you explain what that's used for, if anything?
Yeah, right now it's used as storage for one of our tenants.
Okay. Is it actually physically connected to the restaurant building, or it's?
No,
separate?
the shed is a standalone structure.
Okay, all right. All right, so the plan that's before the board tonight proposes to increase the parking spaces to a total of 88 spaces, correct?
Correct.
One of the many things that are on the plans tonight. So I just wanted to cover a couple of things relating to those plans and in response to some comments in the review memos from the board's professionals. So Janice Talley correctly points out that there are several parking spaces that are, I guess, a northwesterly corner of the property adjacent to Tony's Brook that are actually located not on your property or this property, but the adjacent property at 18 Label Street. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And has that area, by the way, always been utilized for parking for this site, to your knowledge, as long as you've been there?
Yeah, as far as I understand it, those parking spaces in that portion of the property has always been utilized by the owner of the Erie Street property.
It's actually, right, okay. Because they're actually part of the property that's actually located on the other side of the brook.
That's right.
Interestingly, but not part of your property. All right, have you had discussions with respect to the owner of 18 Label Street regarding an easement to allow you to formally utilize those parking spaces?
We have, and we have a easement agreement that's being negotiated between the parties that we expect to have, executed and recorded.
Right, and I can say I've been handling that, and we would obviously consent to a condition of approval. That would be conditioned upon us providing the board and Mr. Sullivan with a copy of an acceptable easement agreement to permit those, that small triangular piece in the corner of the property to be utilized for parking for this site. The site plan also provides for, I believe, 12 tandem parking spaces. Can you explain your intention? How will those spaces be utilized? Will they be assigned to particular tenants? What are your plans?
Yeah, the plan with those spaces are in the rear of the property, or the, kind of the western side of the building. We currently have 4 or 6 tandem spaces in use at the property. Those are assigned to various office tenants during, regular office business hours. These 12 spaces would work under the same scenario and be, for office tenants and assigned to, one office user to utilize the 2 spaces between their staff.
Okay. There was also a comment regarding trash enclosure. You currently have a trash enclosure on the site, correct?
We do not. We have a large
No.
green dumpster sitting in the middle of the parking lot. So
Oh.
we look forward to enclosing that.
Okay. Okay, so your plans are to have a trash enclosure that fully complies with the township requirements in terms of fenced-in,
That-
concrete base, et cetera?
That is correct.
Okay. And how do you handle trash collection from the site?
There's a, pickup, I think, on a weekly basis. Truck pulls in, maneuvers the dumpster to the loading forks, and, reverses out of the site.
Okay. All right. And then you mentioned earlier that you've entered into a lease agreement with Sharron Miller's Academy for the Performing Arts, correct?
We have.
And does that provide for approximately 6,000 square feet of space?
Yeah, it's 6,000 square feet of total space. I think approximately 800 of that is storage space on a mezzanine level, and of the 5,200 square feet on the ground floor, approximately 5,000 square feet on the ground floor. I think roughly 3,000 of that, and Mr. Horowitz will likely correct me when he testifies, is to be utilized across 3 independent dance studios within the premises.
Okay. All right. And which building is that? Obviously, it's not in the series building, so it's in the...
It's in the 4 to 10 Erie Street / 7 Oak Place building.
Generally,
Lot of
it's
addresses.
closer to the Label Street side of the property. Is that
It is.
a fair way to describe it? Okay. Can you explain how it is you came about to lease the space to Sharron Miller and why you decided to lease it to her?
Yeah, I fielded a phone call from, I believe it was one of her board members, letting us know that she was in need of space. And for us, number one, it was a great fit, just given, who she is and what the Sharron Miller Academy of Performing Arts represents. 2 of my 3 kids have gone through her programming there. We know a number of other families who, over the nearly past 30 years, have gone through her programming. So she's an institution in Montclair. It was meaningful for us to have her at one of our properties. In addition to that, her classes are generally in the late afternoons to early evenings. And given the fit loft use at the property, which is heavily utilized in the morning hours, Sharron Miller balanced off that heavy morning traffic and parking requirement from the gym with her needs being later in the afternoon, so they don't conflict with one another. So it was really a great, classic example of shared parking at its finest. And, that was attractive for us as well.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for Mr. Placek. Thank you.
Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Placek. You made reference to the to this, some of the folks expressing pleasure that this building, this facility was going to be utilized more fully. What's this, how was this property used originally, do you know?
Well, I do have a little bit of experience understanding the background of this property.
Okay.
It predominantly was used as storage and warehousing. There have been a number of various uses over the decades, spanning maybe the last 75-plus years. There's lore that it was a manufacturing facility. I don't know whether or not that is true. I think we do know that it was used as storage for some of the paper production facilities that at one time existed in this area. There's a hodgepodge of retrofits and adaptions, let's say, to the original building structure over its time period. But it's predominantly, I'd say, as far as the history that I understand more recently from, 2000s, maybe the 90s into the current day, has been a number of small businesses that are owned and operated by people that live in Montclair or the surrounding communities.
Mm-hmm. Was this, the main structure that we're really talking about today, was this a structure that was built at one time, or over time there had been additions to that?
Yeah, it's a structure that was built over time with many adaptations, renovations, additions.
Mm. And is it your sense that over time those adaptations have resulted in sort of an appearance that's pretty consistent throughout the building itself, or would people sort of look at that and say, well, what does this have to do with that part of the building?
I think the latter, and I can say that because a number of people have said, what is the glass block and the square and then the rectangular and then the unbalanced rectangular windows? How do they relate to one another? Mm-hmm. They don't. It's a hodgepodge or a quilt work, if you will, pattern of various building materials and windows and features.
Is it part of your vision over time for it to have a more universal look, or?
100% correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we want to give it a uniform appearance, really on all four sides,
Mm-hmm.
Or I guess 6 sides.
And would you venture to say about over how many years it might take for that vision to be realized?
Assuming we get an approval tonight, it should be within the next 12 months.
Really that fast?
Yeah.
So you're talking about more than just changing the windows?
I think a lot of the appearance of the building is dominated by the windows. Mm-hmm. So it's bringing uniformity to the windows. Quite honestly, there's zero curb appeal to this building and this property, and a lot of that has to do with the parking lot, the condition of the parking lot, the lack of texture and architecture. So one of the components of what we look to add in the future, canopies above the doors or the entrances to the different tenants, really provide a pronounced entryway. You'd be surprised how many Uber drivers are trying to deliver lunch or dinner to tenants, and they have no idea where to go. I mean, there's just a series of doors, and nobody knows which door goes to which address or anything else. So really creating identifying mark to where the entrances are, putting in tenant signage, putting in identifiable addresses and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. So the part of the property that will be used by Sharron Miller, particularly the dance studios, obviously she's had a long relationship with Montclair and hopefully will for many, many more years. But would you foresee that space is potentially being converted for other purposes later on if for some reason the Academy was not able to continue to operate in that location?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the capital we're looking to invest in her space is unique to a dance studio, fitness studio, yoga studio, any number of uses outside of what she provides. It could be adaptively reused and converted to other uses without a heavy renovation. I think the significant component of the renovation is going to relate to building it out for her use. And then down the road, if she were to vacate, it could be adaptively reused with a less intensive build out to an office use or backfilled with any one of those other studio uses as well.
The restaurant, probably amongst many people who are glad to hear that there are plans for that building.
Yeah.
My memory is that it was really oriented previously, as Richie Cesare saw, as more of an adult-oriented sort of jazz restaurant, jazz kind of facility. Do you foresee it being that kind of a facility again, or looking at sort of the parking lot study and how the lot will be used? Is there a possibility that it would be used in the mornings, afternoons, and evenings, or would it be primarily just an evening facility? Or
Yeah, I think the intention is there to be a light lunch service, and then heavily focused on dinner, and then weekends, lunch and dinner as well. It's not going to be geared, like Ceceria's was, towards an adult-only clientele. I think this would be a more family-friendly establishment.
Okay. And I remember that they had a vault in the lower level, so which would suggest special events. Do you foresee the restaurant also being utilized for special events if people wanted to use it for weddings, anniversaries, or whatever, that kind of thing? Or?
Yeah, I'm not so sure about weddings. There is in the basement some private dining rooms that will likely be used, for private dining as well.
Mm-hmm. So that raises for me a question about valet parking.
Yeah.
Because obviously, when we talk about the parking study a little bit later on in this hearing, there's, that area, of course, is heavily used, not just the specific property, but of course the farmer's market and the soccer dome and area restaurants, and there's just a lot of activity that's going on there. So do you foresee this new restaurant having a need for valet parking on this property as well, or is that something that's been discussed as part of the agreement?
Yeah. First of all, we refer to it as the lacrosse dome, not the soccer dome.
Okay.
We have lacrosse
It's been
players.
a lot of years since my kids have been
There's a lot of soccer players as well. But yeah, it's a great question. One of the things we've talked about with the operator of the restaurant is the ability to provide valet service. We're going to leave that up to them to make that decision. I think this location, unlike many others in Montclair, could be, uniquely opportunistic in providing that service, given that we own and control the adjacent lot, which would allow them to, potentially stack cars under a valet service. One of the great things about this location, too, in the greater Walnut Street area is the amount of kind of on-street parking afforded to the area, especially with the Walnut Street train station and the lack of commuters in the evening hours and weekend hours, and having that available for public use. So I think, valet is certainly on the table and something that the operator will look at.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Grant, do you have any questions?
Not at the moment.
Mr. Caulfield?
Hi. The lacrosse soccer dome, if you want to call it. You don't know if there is any an agreement for the coaches there to park in your lot and use that at all?
It's funny. I've heard from some coaches that they believe there is an agreement, and I've assured them there is definitely not.
Okay.
No, there's no reciprocal parking agreement or anything available to them.
Okay. I saw one of them do that and then go across. But it's like free parking lots in Montclair, or
Right.
a dime a dozen.
That's
seems
right.
Like, yeah. Are you aware that a portion of this lot is in a flood zone?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about the kind of like the lot across the street from Oak Place? Like, what's the story? Like, how did that come into this property over time?
That's not related to this property at all. It was at one time under joint ownership. So
Okay.
the owner of this property also owned that lot, which is 121 Forest. No longer the same ownership.
Not the same ownership, okay, so that's not, okay, so the survey that was done showed both those lots, that's not the case with you purchasing this property, correct?
I don't know what survey that you're referencing.
Langone survey shows a portion of this lot.
Oh, yeah, so an affiliated entity under our control owns 121 Forest.
Okay, Okay.
It's separate than
It's not
BDP
part of
6 to
your
10 Erie
agreement.
LLC.
okay. That's all I have, thank you.
Ms. Harris?
Thank you. What are the plans for the shed on the property behind the restaurant?
Yeah, our intention is to continue to use it as storage for one of our tenants at the property.
Okay.
Your intention may differ from mine, though.
Okay. What's the term of the lease for Sharron Miller?
That's a 10-year lease.
Okay. And you mentioned tenant signage. Have you started to look at locations and sizes and?
Yeah, our plan is to install signage in accordance with the ordinance for allowable signage at the property.
Okay. And mentioned that there were 6 parking spots that were on the adjacent property. Was that the tandem spots?
That's some of the tandem spots, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Church?
Since a portion of this property is in a flood zone, what are you proposing to do to ameliorate flooding?
Mr. Church, there's going to be an engineer that's going to testify.
Okay.
I think you should ask him.
Okay, thank you. No question.
Mr. Simon?
Hi, a couple things. For the tandem spots, they are all designated for compact cars. And I think you mentioned those are gonna be specifically for the tenants.
Yeah.
So if that's the designated parking area for the tenants, regardless of their location, is there any other place on the property where tenants will be parking? And how would you control that so it doesn't take up space for potential customers?
Yeah, so generally, the way the parking is demised now, in the rear of the property or the western side of the property, that services predominantly the 7 Oak Place address. There's entry doors there to a lot of ground floor tenants and second floor tenants. Those assigned spaces would be for the tenants utilizing those back doors. If they don't have an assigned space, tenants are free to park in either of the, 2 different lots, let's say, within the property.
I ask because if you're counting on those 12 spaces being used by the tenants, and in the event that they don't use them, or if they have a car that doesn't classify as compact,
Yeah.
that kind of factors into your calculations for available spaces.
Yeah, they would be assigned to tenants. So, it's I don't know if luxury is the right word, but it's an amenity to have a parking space, proximate to your entry door. So it'd be assigned to specific tenants. I can tell you, I drive an oversized vehicle. Majority of the spaces on the property that exist today are compact spaces. I park in those spaces along with my neighboring tenants, and there don't seem to be any issues.
Okay. For the shed, you said you don't know what's being stored in the shed, it's just being used by your tenant.
I don't believe I was asked if I knew what the tenant was storing in the shed. They store various records and equipment, to the best of my knowledge, in the shed.
So considering that shed wasn't authorized, was it ever considered to be taken down and possibly reclaim a parking space or 2?
I don't know if the location of the shed would allow a parking space to replace any of it. It's kind of located in the corner that would normally be a dead zone for parking. So I don't believe we would gain a space. We could maybe ask our civil or our parking experts to, attest to that.
Okay. Going to the gym, what are the hours of the gym?
Yeah, normal hours of operation are typically, so the gym is different than a traditional gym. You don't walk into it and go, run on a treadmill or spin on an elliptical. It's a private training and fitness class only gym. So the only way you go there is if you're seeing a personal trainer or you're going to one of their scheduled classes. Their predominant hours of operation are from, let's say, 5 in the morning until probably 10:30 in the morning.
So they have no classes in the afternoon?
I didn't say they have no classes. They're predominantly in use in the morning. They may have evening classes here or there. They might have private training in the afternoon, one-on-one trainer and client. The majority of their classes, though, are in the mornings.
Because again, in the projections, there's nothing projected for that facility after 10 a.m. So that seems unrealistic.
Like I said, the majority of their business takes place in the morning hours.
Okay. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Expanding on the question about the tenants, in addition to the gym, what are the other tenants? How many tenants do you have?
There's maybe a dozen, a little less than a dozen tenants. Predominantly,
Suggestion, I mean, the traffic expert that the applicant is going to call did a detailed traffic study. That shows all the tenants, and I'm sure he's going to get into detail on those.
yeah, predominantly professional office use space.
So it's smaller, use of the smaller areas, not as big as the dance academy.
That's right. Our largest user is the restaurant. Our second largest is the gym. Our third will be the Sharron Miller Academy of Performing Arts.
Yeah. And then in terms of like big picture for the structure, do you foresee investing capital in like energy efficiency or pursuing a LEED certificate, or you don't?
Potentially. Any of you that know me know that I'm very much into environmental sustainability, especially when it comes to buildings. It's hard to retrofit this building to meet any LEED standards. We've looked at putting solar panels on the roof. It's covered with a lot of rooftop equipment to service the heating and air conditioning needs of the tenants. I think over time, as we're able to modify a lot of those systems, we can look to invest more in the sustainability of the project. Into the best of our ability, the improvements that we'll be doing, will be as sustainable as we can.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I just have a couple of questions. One, just to be clear, you testified there are 2 buildings, but in fact, counting the shed, which is freestanding, there are 3 buildings counting that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'd say 2 buildings and a structure. If the shed's a building, then 3 buildings.
Okay. Then you also said, in response to a question, and the ownership of 121 Forest Street is, you were implying it's a related entity, or will be when you buy this?
Correct. Yeah, it won't be BDP 6 to 10 Erie.
But it's another entity that you're...
Another entity that we control.
Is there any plans for that property?
There are.
Okay. We'll worry about that if we get it.
Hopefully they don't need to come before this board, but I'm pretty certain they will.
It's always been an interesting little parking area that I suspect a lot of unauthorized people utilize, but maybe they're all authorized.
I think we provide the most unauthorized parking within the township of Montclair.
Okay. And then this is, I'm going to be asking your traffic engineer questions, not so much in terms of the current use of the parking lot. I see it frequently because I use the Walnut Street train station, go to the farmer's market. But the question that I want you to think about while we're getting to his testimony is, and I'll give what I'll call a couple easy examples of, assuming we accept his testimony, which we haven't heard it, so I don't know, but that there is, that there are justifications for the parking variance because the existing uses are staying under the available spaces. The question is, what controls should we impose? And just to do a couple of simple examples. A new owner takes over the fitness space, and they decide they want to have classes in the evening. The restaurant decides it wants to have brunch on weekends, which is not really, neither of which are accounted for in the parking analysis. And, I want you to start thinking, and you'll, clearly have a while to do that, is to, I'm not interested in having people come back here every time there's a change in hours of operation or a new tenant. But on the other hand, I don't want to suddenly discover uses are changing in a way that suddenly the parking demand is exceeding what's available. And so if you could just start thinking about that, as I said, I don't want to have every time you have a new tenant you come back here. But on the other hand, I don't want to discover that the parking demand based on changes, either existing uses or new uses, suddenly, is 20 more parking demand than there are spaces. So you can just start thinking about that. Okay. Are there any members of the audience who have questions for this witness? Okay, Mr. Tremblay, I want to call your next witness.
Sure. My next witness is Sharron Miller.
Ms. Miller, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
Sharron Miller, 24 Nassau Road, up in Montclair, 17043.
Okay. Sharron, how long have you lived in Montclair?
Well, I was raised in Montclair and went through Montclair school system, left to go to New York in 1963, returned in 1990, and so I've sort of been...
It's on now.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have known.
No.
I've never done this before.
You shouldn't
but,
have known.
Okay. I've lived in Montclair since 1990, so 34 years, but I grew up in Montclair. So I went through Montclair school system and graduated from Montclair High School to live in New York for 28 years. So that's...
And you're back. And you've been in Montclair ever since you returned.
I have, and I love it. So.
Okay. And you're the founder, I assume, of Sharron Miller's Academy for the Performing Arts, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If it's all right with you, I'm going to refer to Sharron Miller's Academy by its acronym SMAPA.
Yes.
Okay. So what is your current position with SMAPA?
I am the executive and artistic director as well as an instructor.
Okay. Do you have any formal role? You're the chairman
And
of the
I'm
board?
chairman of the board. I'm
Oh.
sort of everything.
Yeah. Okay. Your name is on the door.
And the checks.
Okay. We're going to come back and talk a little further, obviously, about SMAPA, but before we do that, can you just tell the board a little bit about your personal background as a dancer?
Yes. I danced all my life. I started when I was 6 years old. I went on to graduate from Juilliard. I did 7 Broadway shows. I was a member of the Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater, touring Europe and Africa for 3 years. I got married and had a child, and at that point decided I could not raise a child in New York City. And since I was raised here, and I think a pretty good product of this community, I came back looking to buy a house, which I did, and I've been here ever since. And part of why and how SMAPA came about was that the commute back and forth when I had a child, and that was my priority, was getting difficult. And I thought, what do I know how to do? What am I trained to do? What is my passion? And my passion was arts education. And I was able to begin a program at what used to be called the Black Y, which is now the Family Y on Glenridge Avenue. I started a program there. It grew exponentially, and ultimately I moved to the Madison building with my program, and the rest is history. I just kept teaching and loving it, and we've grown, and 28 years later, I'm here.
Okay, so you started out at the Y on Glenridge Avenue.
Yes.
And then that eventually kind of, I'm going to say, morphed into SMAPA, is that right?
Yes.
When did you actually form SMAPA?
1996, we were actually incorporated as a not-for-profit, tax-exempt 501c3. The reasoning behind that was that I had previously been with the Y, and the DEI, which is commonly known as now the diversity, equity, and inclusion concept, was something that I wanted to embrace. And so by becoming a 501c3, I was able to do that. And ultimately, 1996, we were incorporated, and we've been that way ever since.
Okay. And what's the basic fundamental mission of SMAPA, or the purposes for which, that nonprofit was formed?
Well, basically, it's to provide inclusive developmental training in dance and related theater arts to people of all stages of life. So we're not just a dance school. We are an arts education organization providing seniors, and by the way, the Montclair Foundation has provided us with a grant that allows us to have a free seniors fitness dance program. We also have a camp in the summer for ages 3 to 5 and then 6 to 14, where it's drama as well as dance. And these are the reasons our mission covers arts education. And we, in terms of our sense of expanding, we're really expanding into underserved communities through our 501c3. We are in East Orange, or we're in East Orange, we are in Newark, we are in Patterson, providing our programs, which we have at the studio, in the school districts, within the school day. Since arts have been cut from many of the programs, we provide these residencies. So that's a major part of our mission, as well as providing arts education and, yes, dance on a very high level at our studio. And we have students that have graduated since and are in shows like Hamilton, Lion King. They're in major dance companies like Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater, like Philadelphia. So we're very proud of what we do and how we do it. And I want to keep doing it as a resident of Montclair and have my home, SMAPA, in Montclair.
How many, I'm just curious, you mentioned the after-school programs or residencies and how many other communities do you provide that service?
In Patterson, we are in 8 schools. In Newark, we are in 3 charter schools, North Star Academy, and we're going into KIPP. And for a long time, we were at a full-year program at Quitman Street Community School.
Okay. All right, so then getting back to the studio now, you indicated that when you first organized the nonprofit in 1996-97, your first home was in the Madison building?
Yes.
Okay, that's on Bloomfield Avenue.
427 Bloomfield Avenue.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how long were you at that location?
10 years.
Okay. Did you have any on-site parking at that location?
Sorry. No, just
I had to ask the question.
running out and maybe getting a parking space in front of the building. But no, Bloomfield Avenue is an impossibility as far as parking.
I'm curious, how was it managed for, your students, young students who were being dropped off and picked up?
Well, most of what happens now and what happened then was drop-off. But we also have, we're in several divisions, and Our preschool division obviously starts at age 2. Basically, the 3 to 5-year-olds are without parent or caregiver. The 2-year-olds are obviously with their caregivers. Those are the parents or caregivers that have to find parking somewhere, take a stroller out of a car, and then provide a way for their charge to get to the studio. So there's no parking that we've been accustomed to at all.
Okay. So you said you were at the Madison building for about 10 years,
Yes.
and then you left there and went to what location?
14 South Park Street, which is adjacent to Urban Outfitters. I always forget their name.
Okay.
We're on the 2nd floor. Again, there's no parking there. And because the street was redeveloped and redesigned, it took away, I think, something like 14 parking spaces that existed, because when I first moved in, it was diagonal parking, and now it's not. And there's a median which well, it's just very difficult. So
Okay.
most people who have to come into the studio will find on-the-street parking or crescent deck parking, or what used to be a parking lot around the corner, but that's now a building that's being built as an apartment house. So no parking.
Okay. And you've been at that location of 14 South Park Street
18.
continuously, correct?
18 years,
Okay.
yes.
All right. By the way, do you know roughly the amount of square footage you have in that building?
9,000 square feet.
Okay. All right. So you've heard Mr. Placek's testimony that you've entered into a lease to relocate the dance studio, hopefully with this board's approval, to 6-10 Erie Street, correct?
I thought mine was 10 Erie, but
Well, maybe we'll call it the subject property.
Yeah, that probably, yeah.
Okay. And your lease there provides for approximately 6,000 square feet, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Smaller space.
Well, as it was explained to me, more efficient. So instead of having an elevator room, and I don't mean a room like a mechanical room. In my current location, we have a room that the elevator comes up on, and we are greeted. There's like a block of worth of hallway space. There's stairway space. So that's inefficient space that we do not utilize for dancing or theater or art.
How many studios are there in your current space?
4.
Studio, place where
4.
kids dance and are instructed. 4.
Mhm.
Okay. And how many studios will there be in the new location?
3.
Okay. Can you explain why it is you decided to move to this location, or what it is about this location that was particularly appealing to you?
First of all, this is all on one floor. It's not an elevated building. It's not 27 stairs, and I do count them every day to go up. And we have a lot of young children, and they have siblings. Strollers are easily accessible on a ground floor space. Right now, we have a 2nd floor space with an elevator that sometimes runs and sometimes doesn't, and 27 stairs which you cannot navigate with a stroller. So I was looking for something that was not only quieter, because South Park Street has become extraordinarily busy, but I was also looking for a space that was conducive to bringing young people in. The high school is right sort of around the corner. Montclair Co-op is sort of around the corner. The Renaissance School, these are all schools that have a lot of our students. and it would be walking distance from their schools to their class for dance if they were going to have a class. So I thought it was an ideal place. And to be perfectly honest, I saw a parking lot and I thought, wow.
Okay. Okay, so now you've been operating SMAPA for
28 years.
28 years. If you do make this move to Erie Street, the subject property, do you anticipate any changes in your programs or your scheduling or the hours of operation after the move, or you expect to continue, business as usual as you've operated over the last 27 years or so?
Well, we make changes every year, and we are actually in operation 7 days a week, Monday through Sunday. Friday, we have no classes, but we're open for business. As far as the reduction from 4 studios to 3, it did not seem like it was a downgrade. It seemed like, again, it was a more efficient use of space, because if we have, say, 6 classes a day or 8 classes a day, and we have Friday where we don't have any classes, I can put the 8 classes that we would be missing into a Friday situation in the new space, which would be that 3rd studio. On paper, it works, and I'm pretty sure it's going to work, provided we are permitted to move in.
But you're anticipating the same, intensity of business, if you will.
If not more so.
Okay.
Mainly because of the hours that we do operate. We operate from 9 a.m. to, generally speaking, 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. Friday is 9 a.m. to 5, even though there are no classes. Saturday is 9 a.m. to 5, and Sunday is 10 a.m. to 12:30. We can extend our day to accommodate the lost studio, if you will.
Okay. We're going to go over your, current class schedule in a moment, but just so it's clear, when you say you're there from 9 to 5, you're not having classes or utilizing the studios from 9 to 5.
On Fridays or
Right.
during the week?
I'm talking about other days. You
We-
were talking about.
Well, we are there from 9 a.m. We have a dance store, so that's the other thing. I mean, so we do sell, because there was nothing in Montclair that allowed for proper attire for dance, and we don't do the frilly little tutu things. We do leotards, tights, proper ballet slippers, et cetera, et cetera. So we provide a store. So there are people that come in to purchase. We have business, which has to do with our residencies in East Orange or Newark or Patterson. So the business is being held between 9 and 5. Classes per se are not necessarily being held between 9 and 5.
Okay.
Our regular class schedule basically is after school from 4 until 8. That's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. No classes to speak of on Friday, and all day Saturday.
Okay. Again, we're going to come and go over that in detail in a couple of minutes. So I want to ask you some questions which are really designed to determine, what your parking needs are for currently or at this facility. So let's talk first about how many employees do you have working at the studio?
Altogether or on a daily basis?
Well, let's say altogether.
Altogether, I have 40 employees.
No, I'm not talking employees. You're talking, don't bring the instructors in.
Oh,
I want to
okay.
deal with that separately, but
Okay.
I understand. People who work in the building in an administrative role, let's say, office workers, if you will.
3.
Okay. And who are they?
Sonia Cole works Monday through Friday from 9 until 5. Me. And our financial director, who only works on Monday from 12 until 2.
Just the 1 day a week?
Yeah,
And that's it for,
administrative
Okay.
people.
All
And
right,
then
so-
our Sonia ends her time at 5 o'clock. And because we have classes that go from 5 until 8 or 9 in some cases, we have a person who comes in who's our receptionist from 5 until 9.
okay. So in terms of office or administrative personnel, you're talking
3.
about 2.
And me.
And then on the 1 day, you would have the financial person there.
Yes, exactly.
But otherwise, two at one time and the 1 day, half day with the financial person.
With Joe, yeah.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about dance instructors, people who teach the classes, et
Mm-hmm.
cetera. How many of those do you have?
I believe I have 36
Okay.
altogether.
And how are their hours structured, or when are they at the studio?
We have specific disciplines. We have ballet, we have modern, we have jazz, we have flamenco, we have West African, and those teachers teach at a specific time on a specific day each week. So we may have an Afro-Haitian teacher who comes in on Wednesdays, and he's only there from 7 until 8:30 every Wednesday. That's how we structure our classes, where we try and put a teacher, let's say a ballet teacher who teaches beginners, intermediates, and advanced. That's 3 leveled classes. That teacher can teach that day 3 classes, and that's it for the week. So it doesn't require the person, my 36 teachers, to be present every day, all day. It's just when they are, they're scheduled in our
So
schedule.
the instructors are there only when they need to be there to
teach.
To teach.
Yes,
So if they're teaching an hour and a half class and that's the only class they have, they come
They
for
go.
that class and then they leave.
exactly.
And that's true for all of the
Exactly.
instructors.
Exactly.
So if you had 3 classes going on at the same time,
3
you'd
instructors.
have 3 instructors on
Correct,
the site. who
Correct.
Presumably would need to park somewhere.
correct.
Okay.
Or not, because I have one instructor, for example, who has chosen not to drive and Ubers in and Ubers back.
What would be if you can answer this, what would be the maximum number or the most instructors that would be on site at any point in time?
I would say 5.
Tops?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because we have 4 studios, and there would be one perhaps waiting for their room to be available to teach, so.
Okay. Okay. And, all right, and I want to get into your program, your curriculum. As I understand it, correct me, your programs are divided into divisions based upon age.
Yes.
Can you explain what those are?
We have a preschool division, which is for ages 2 to 5. We have a junior division, which is ages 6 to 11. We have a teen division, which is 12 to 18. And then we have an adult division, which is whatever. And then we actually have a senior program, which I said before was funded by the Montclair Foundation, so it is now free. But it used to be that we charged $5 for 2 classes a week for our senior division. And they range in age from 65 to about 85, and they come in once a week.
Okay, now I want to get into your typical scheduling and have 2 exhibits that I'd like to have more. I need copies for the board.
Yeah. So the first exhibit we're going to mark as A1. It's titled Spring 2024 Class Schedule. And then A2
not entitled, but it has the number of students enrolled in each class. All right, so let me just. All right, so Sharron, I've put in front of you the document that we've marked as Exhibit A1. Can you tell us what that is?
Basically, this is our schedule, our weekly schedule. We start on Monday, and as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 classes. And approximately, out of that 9, we have 3 different instructors. One is a musical theater teacher, the other is a jazz teacher, and the other is one of our preschool teachers who happens to be represented here tonight. And she is our associate artistic director, Kristen Weaver. On Tuesday, when you...
Hold on a second. I'm going to come, yeah. All right, so just, so what we're looking at is your current class schedule for the spring.
Yes.
I don't know if you call them semesters, but for
Yeah.
the spring of this year.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a fairly typical schedule for, I assume you have a fall and a spring cycle?
Yes.
Okay. Is that fairly typical?
Yes.
Okay, in terms of the hours of the classes
Mm-hmm.
and the variety of classes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and we're going to come back to that in a minute. But I just want to show you what we've marked out as Exhibit A2 and ask you if you could tell us what that document is.
That represents the number of students that are in each of the classes that are in A1.
Okay.
And because it starts with M, T, U, W, it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and so on. So that, and I have added these up, and it comes to 450 students, I believe.
Total.
Total.
And it
yeah.
looks like the highest number of people enrolled in any
Is my class.
class is 20.
Yeah.
That's the class that you teach?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
They want to just know I'm alive.
All right. So I want to just, I'm not going to go through all the classes that are shown on A1, your spring schedule, but, you know, just want to have you look at this and confirm certain things. So on Monday, you don't have any classes until 4 o'clock, is that right?
Correct.
All right, you're there at 9 o'clock and you're, or whenever you show up, you have that right.
I do.
And then you've got the other office, one or two
Sonia,
other people.
yeah,
All right,
Sonia's
but is
there.
there anybody there, you know, between 9 and like 4 o'clock when the classes start?
Just Sonia and Joe, our financial director, on Monday.
Okay, all right. And then you've got classes that start at 4 o'clock and go to as late as 8:30 on
Yeah.
Monday? Okay.
Correct.
All right, Tuesday, you have what I'll say is a very similar schedule, although you have one class at 9:30 in the morning.
It's a yoga class for adults. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And that's the only class you have before 4 o'clock on Tuesday.
Correct.
And that yoga class, how many adults are enrolled in that class?
In general, it's about 3, and because our adult classes are what we call drop-in, you can drop into a class at any time. And so it could vary from 3 one week to 6 the next week, back to 3 the following week.
Okay. And the adults would typically drive, I'm assuming.
Yeah, a lot of them, it's amazing, a lot of them live in that general vicinity, like the Sienna. I mean, so we're just convenient,
Okay.
so not everyone has a car.
All right, and then going down to Wednesday, it appears there that you've got 2 classes before 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And one is a senior exercise, that's obviously for seniors. From 9:45 to 10:30. And then you've got a music and movement class. What is that?
That's well, I call them baby classes. It's basically a mommy and me class. It's based on the Orff philosophy of teaching children at an early stage about rhythm and music and sound.
Okay. How many people are enrolled in the music and movement class?
Unfortunately, there are only four currently. I think it started out with 2 registered.
Okay.
It's a new program that we actually got from the Newark School of the Arts.
Okay. But again, Wednesday, other than those 2 programs, everything else starts going at 4 o'clock. And Thursday, it seems you've got a lighter schedule, but again, with nothing beginning until 4 o'clock. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Friday, this shows two classes currently scheduled, one in the morning and one at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock has been canceled to Mondays because Friday is a hard day for children after school.
Okay. So you still have the morning class on
And
Friday?
we still have the morning class. It's an adult ballet class, and there are a lot of moms in that class.
Approximately how many people are enrolled in that class?
Again, it's drop-in rather than enrollment, but it's generally about 10 people.
Okay. So that's the only thing you have on Friday?
Right.
Okay. And then you obviously have a full schedule of classes on Saturday morning up until, I guess, 2:30.
Well, basically, the full schedule is up until about noon, because most of our preschool programming is done, and our special programming. We have like boys-only ballet, we have boys-only hip-hop, and those classes all take place in the morning time.
Okay.
And then our junior division ballet classes really go until about 3. And then our performance workshop ensemble, which is made up of gifted and talented kids on a pre-professional track, goes from 12 until 5.
Okay.
And that's it.
And then you've got a couple of classes on Sunday morning.
We have one preschool program class, and we have one ballet class.
Okay. So, with respect to, so the majority of your enrollment is children and teenagers up to age 18. So is that correct?
Well, we've come to have a lot of adults, which I don't know what has made that happen. But most of our children, our junior division and our teens, are either drop-offs or walk-ins. So we actually don't have parking issues with those kids. The parking issues would be mainly with adults and our preschool division.
Okay. Okay. Are you able, this is probably an unfair question, but I'm just trying to get an idea. I mean, what would be the most, can you venture to guess, I'm now talking about the evening hours, the adult programs that you have in the evening hours. How many parking spaces would you need to accommodate adults attending sessions after 4 o'clock?
I would say that in general, I just finished teaching an adult class before I came here, and there were 7 people in that class. I would imagine that 5 of them drove. The other 2, a husband or somebody was picking them up because they come in from New York or on a train, they walk to the studio, and somebody picks them up, or they take an Uber. So my general thought is that the average number of parking spaces, if you will, that would be utilized would be 5. if you're talking about how many classes, how many adult classes, we tend to have perhaps in a given evening two. One might be a ballet class and the other might be an Afro-Haitian class. And they're two different styles with two different sets of people taking advantage of the class. So it might then be 10, but they don't take place at the same time. So since one class might be from 5 to 6:30 and the other class might be from 7 to 8:30, if you had 5 people in a class, that those 5 leave and then another 5 come for the next class. So that's sort of the scenario that I would use.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have. I think the board members might have a few.
Mr. McCullough, do you have any questions?
Good evening, Ms. Miller. Just a couple of questions for you. Would you talk about the pattern of growth of your programming over the years? It sounds like it's grown quite a bit since you began in, was it 96, you said?
96, yeah. Yes, it's grown exponentially. I think that what Montclair in particular has are families that truly nurture their children. And as a result of that, I think we're not at all commercial. We don't do recitals. We're about the joy of the art form. And I think that spread, that thought, that the context of what we do, was something that a lot of parents wanted for their children. And because we then got into the school systems, we were certainly looked upon as a viable organization. I think the other thing that has a lot to do with our success is the level of training and the fact that not everyone wants to dance, but just as I'm sure all of you know, sports give children the idea of working collaboratively, knowing where their body is in space, doing all the things that we have come to understand sports gives us. So does dance. Dance gives you the same thing without there being a winner and a loser. You're all winners. And I think that philosophy grew. And I think that that's what has built our programming. And again, as I said, I believe that by being in the school systems, it validated us to a level, as well as being a 501c3. We kept our tuition fee affordable. I highly believe in diversity, I highly believe in equity, and I highly believe in inclusion. And these are the things that seem particularly in this town to matter. And I think that's why we've grown so.
Mm-hmm. So would you say that given the correlation between your program, your academy, and relationship with the school district,
Mm-hmm.
that like the school district, I mean, the size of your programming sort of has an ebb and flow, that as a census of the school happens to increase, do you see an increase in the number of students that you may have, or do you see a decline when the census is down in the schools? Because it does sort of ebb and flow at times.
I think we have always been between 450 and 650 students.
Mm-hmm.
The pandemic totally affected our enrollment. I think that at this point we've certainly built up. I'm not about the numbers. I'm about the quality of the education. And so it's very important to me not to direct traffic in classes, but to teach. And so I'm not really looking to have a class of 5-year-olds with 25 kids. That's not who I am. I'd rather as I have, created a Sunday class where the overflow can come then. I don't think I'm looking to be a huge institution, even though apparently I am an institution. But I'm not looking to grow, for example, out of 10 Erie Street. I'm not looking to do that. I'm looking to do fabulous work and have a place where lots of young people and teens and adults and seniors feel comfortable coming to learn.
It does sound from your testimony, though, that it will be a little challenging to get all of your programming into that space, given that you're going from, you said 4 studios where you currently are to 3 studios?
Yes, but one of the things that hasn't come up is that there's a 4th studio available for potential sharing. And that would be with the owners of the, I think it's called D-Loft now.
D-Loft.
Yeah, I don't know, but
the
fitness place. So there's a studio that I've already seen, which is fabulous, and it's perfect for us. And there's no reason why I don't think there's a reason why I could not have some kind of relationship with the owner to utilize that space as an overflow space in the event that we needed it.
When you talk about the arts education, I mean, it's what's the space that you use for that? Because the studio is really sort of like a wide open space where, I mean, in terms of the architectural drawing, I mean, we can see that there's a place where you have a table and chairs and a breakout room, I think it is called.
For example, we have a camp, and we do a show. And we do a show within the studio, and we set up chairs. Chairs can be removed and, set up. We have theater-type lighting. And it's, if you have a rectangular space that's like long and narrow, you just turn it around, and this becomes your stage area, and this becomes your audience. It allows for children, teens, and adults to have a sense of, here's the audience, and I'm close to you. It's not like, I'm not trying to create Broadway. I'm trying to create a sense of people feeling like it's okay to perform, like you're comfortable. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah. So, I mean, your space is multi-purpose.
Multi-purpose, absolutely.
And then, so for the, you mentioned, I'm just trying to move quickly through a lot of these things. So you mentioned sort of the programming in other communities. So you have, I just wrote satellite programming. I don't know if that makes sense or not. But,
no, it does.
But how does that sort of relate to this facility? I mean, do you ever have times in which the leadership of those programs would be foreseen as coming to this location, or any of those students coming to this location, or if so, when?
Because we are a 501c3, and because we receive wonderfully generous donations from individuals as well as foundations, my goal in putting programming into the districts is not only for young people to be exposed to the arts, to dance, to music, to theater, but there are many, many children who are not necessarily academically gifted, but are aesthetically, artistically gifted. But they don't have the means or the wherewithal to develop those talents, which give them a sense of confidence, give them a sense of, I can achieve. So what I can do and have done over and over and over again happily is to identify those students and be able to give them scholarships to our program. And we have, as a matter of fact, two of those people, young people. One is in Hamilton, and the other is in Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater, and then there's one who's in Philadelphia. And these are people that have been identified as gifted and offered the training at SMAPA as a result of us being in their district.
Just to circle back to one thing you mentioned just before this particular conversation, and that was you made reference to sometimes with these classes, there are like, you wouldn't call them recitals, but you would have like little shows or whatever performances?
We have what we call parent observation at the end of each semester. That is so that a parent can see how a child has developed from day one to the end of the first semester, and then again the end of the second semester. We have what we call vision panels, and I think I have discussed this with Dave, that we will have the same situation in the new space, where parents can observe their child's class without it disturbing the class. So I don't know what it's called, two-way mirrors, one-way mirror, whatever, but you can look in and the kids can't see you. So you're always aware that your child is safe, that your child is learning, that your child is enjoying what they're doing. But at the same time, when you actually go into the classroom at the end, that's the child saying, here's what I'm sharing with you.
Right. So there are times then, I don't know how frequently, but there are times when there would be more adults there,
Yes.
right? So they're theoretically utilizing more parking spaces as well.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't know how frequently that would be, but
Once in January and once in June.
okay. Just looking at the again, the census of the classes, and I noticed that, I just sort of quickly added up in terms of Mondays, based on the classes, that you have approximately 40 students divided amongst those various classes. But what really sort of caught my attention was Wednesday, because you have a considerably longer list of classes and therefore students. And it made me question, to what extent do you have students that would flow from one class to another class to another class? Or do these numbers actually mean they're all different students?
No.
Okay.
It does mean that there are certain students that will take multiple classes on a given day.
Right. So therefore, that would reduce the amount of traffic
Exactly.
and use of the parking spaces
Exactly.
because, okay.
Exactly.
All right, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Grant, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. So where do people leave strollers now when they come?
Well, because I have an elevator where I am now, they bring the stroller up on the elevator, and I think I mentioned before, the elevator has a room, a reception area, so that's where they're left. And we also have a waiting area for siblings, and so the strollers are left in there as well.
Do you have a dedicated space plan for strollers at the new location?
Well, what we have for the new location is, first of all, easy entry, so that's number one, which means depending on whether they park, if they park, they can carry their child into the space because there's no stairs or elevator. If they bring the stroller, and we have what we're calling a party room, birthday party room, that is a place that is only used on Saturday or Sunday, so strollers could be placed in there.
Okay. I brought up the strollers because people that you mentioned people live close, so that would encourage people to walk and come if they know they can just leave their stroller.
Yes.
Okay.
I think the design now also has basically a waiting area. So as long as there's a waiting area for people, for our patrons, strollers can be there too.
Okay, thank you. I know you talked about growth and your thoughts about growth and class size, but do you anticipate growth? Do you anticipate growth?
Well, I'm happy with where we are.
Mhm.
And right now, anywhere between 450 and 600 is, I think is doable for us. I don't, like I said, I don't see me going for numbers. I see going for the quality of the training. And the higher the numbers, the harder it gets to keep the quality, for me. That may not be for other people, but that's for me.
And my last question, you talked about your collaboration with other schools. I may have missed it, but do you collaborate with schools in Montclair?
We were with the Renaissance School for 13 years. They had dance and drama at our studio. And when they moved from their location, which was the former Immaculate Conception Elementary, they moved to Rand. Prior to their move, you know that they walked through the town. And so they walked to SMAPA for their dance and drama classes every day for 13 years. So, yeah, we have we do have that. And currently, the dance teacher at the high school, Camille King, is my student, and she is now the dance teacher there. Julia Sprung is the dance teacher at Glenfield, and she also was my student. So that we find our way into the district.
You have a presence.
Yeah.
And I brought that up because I think you're going from a bigger space to a smaller space. You talked about utilizing DFIT, and maybe if you did have growth and you wanted to cap class sizes, you may, just utilizing, as you talked about, the surrounding schools, so that the space is a great fit. That's why I brought that up. That's my only last question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Caulfield?
Hi. Can you tell me a little bit about your summer programs, like your attendances?
Yeah. Well, for many years, it's called Primetime Summer Arts. We have ages 6 to 14. We do it in 4 groups. The diamonds are the 6-7s. The rubies are the 8-9s. The pearls are the 10-11s, and the emeralds are the 12 to 14s, and they think they're adults, but they're not. We do what we call a musical theater review. They get drama daily, they get dance daily, and the 2 dance disciplines are very accessible to non-dance trained students. It's West African and hip hop. They work with Chris Livesey is our drama teacher, and they develop their own, I hate the word skit, but basically that's what it is. And this year we're not having music, and it came as a result of the pandemic. We were wearing masks, so it seemed counterproductive to have vocal music. So we sort of continued that format of discontinuing the vocal music, so they have dance, they have drama, and they create their own, we call them projects. And it's 2-3-week sessions.
Okay.
And there's a true performance. It's like summer stock,
Yeah.
We don't do recitals within the studio, but for summer we do a show.
Okay.
And
Gotcha.
we create the show on them.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Harris?
Hello.
Hi.
You mentioned that you'll have a party room in this new location. Can you
Mm-hmm.
talk a little bit about how that's going to work?
Yeah, we currently use our kitchen for a party room, so we actually, in the new location, have a designated party room. We have birthday parties, and a lot of, obviously, there are a lot of little girls who are the preschool classes, and their parents love the fact that they get to have a dance class birthday party with their chosen teacher, and then after the dance class, they go into in this case, it'll be the party room to have pizza and cake.
And this is separate from your studio spaces?
Exactly,
Okay.
yeah.
And do the parents bring everything in for the party, or do you?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. We supply paper products, or we supply decorations, and we supply the instructor,
Okay.
and that's it.
Okay, so presumably a parent could have food delivered to the space?
Yes.
Okay. And is the space only, or do you plan to only use it for parties, or can other groups rent the space if they?
We've never considered renting what is now the kitchen for anything other than the birthday parties. I would suspect, I don't have a feeling for what the new space is going to be because it doesn't exist. But I don't want to not think bigger in terms of what the capacity for its use, and I don't mean numbers of people. I mean what would the use be?
Mm-hmm.
And it might, once I see the space, once I have a feeling of what it feels like to be in that space, it might speak to me in a certain way where it's a perfect drama room, so I don't know is the answer to that.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Just one follow-up, if I might. When do the birthday parties usually occur? On what day of the week?
Saturday and Sunday.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Mr. Church,
Yeah, I have no question.
Mr. Simon.
Good evening.
Hi.
Answered most of my questions already, just a couple. For the parent observation days, is that the same, do they all occur on the same day, or is it spread out over the month?
No, each class that you see on A1 has a separate, we'll call it visitation. So if you're in pre-ballet, ages 5 to 7 at 5 o'clock, your parent will come into that class and observe. You will leave with your parent, and then the next group comes in.
Okay, so it follows the normal class schedule.
Exactly.
Okay. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Do you know what's happening with your old space on Park Street? Like, is your lease term up, or is there any, basically I'm trying to determine, is there any urgency for the move?
Oh, my God.
Did I touch your nerve? I'm sorry.
Want me to answer that?
I'll try.
Want me to answer
You can answer it.
I mean, I can answer that because I'm familiar with her lease. Her lease really ran out.
Okay.
And she now basically was in a holdover situation because of some unanticipated delays with the matter that brings us here tonight. So she's been forced to extend the lease for a year. But I guess you're probably 4 months into that.
Well, it ends January 2025.
Okay.
And what I wanted was a month-to-month. The landlord said no. He says no to everything, so
Understand. You have to say
yeah.
more. And as far as, I know you say you don't do recitals, or, but do you hold any other special events or
Yes.
fundraisers at the location?
No, not at the location. We have an annual concert, gala. For the last 3 years, or this will be the 3rd year, we use the JCC in West Orange. It's totally ADA compliant. It's a beautiful theater. It has a green room, and it's easy access for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
So we rent that location for our performance. And as I said, we have a performance workshop ensemble. And what our performance is, which will be June 2nd, it's to raise funds for our scholarship program.
Okay, but nothing in addition at the location?
At the location, no.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Vieira.
Yeah. Hi, good evening.
Hello.
The question I have is around the merchandise store. So can you elaborate, how does that operate? Do you need a dedicated person, hours of operation?
Well, because we're not storefront, you have to know we're there, and most of the people that utilize the store are the actual students that are enrolled. So it's, once you've bought your leotard and tights, unless you're like 3 years old, like my grandchild seemingly grew like overnight. And so even though the leotard and tights had been purchased, another set of leotards and tights had to be purchased. So we don't have to have a dedicated person. We used to, but it really was not cost effective at all because no one was coming in from the street level on an elevator to come up to a dance store to get tights. So now what I plan to do is we have a store that's going to be dedicated in our new space, I hope. And it's sort of part of the waiting area, so it's been designed in that way. Very, very helpful for us, because the person who's our receptionist can also be the store manager.
So she would take care of
Yeah,
the merchandise store.
merchandise.
So based on your testimony, you don't anticipate large deliveries of materials, merchandise that coming into the store?
No, not at all. No, just supplies, like paper towels and toilet paper, basically.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I just have an observation, not any questions. My fellow board members have covered everything I would have covered, but, you know, I think when you're designing the space, you should probably anticipate you're going to have more parents observing than you currently do, because both at the Madison building and on South Park, there's no convenient parking for people, and now they're going to drop their kid off and say, gee, look at all these parking spaces, and be more inclined to stop and watch than they do now. And I just take that, you know, I'm not concerned about, you know, your traffic engineers at the peak times is estimating 30 spaces you're using. Clearly, you're never getting close to 30 spaces, and I have other questions for him in terms of the timing, but, you know, just take that. But are there any members of the public who have any questions for this witness? Okay, Mr. Tremblant, you want to call your next witness?
Good job. You can exhale now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Alan Horowitz, please.
Mr. Horowitz, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth of the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
Please give us your name and address.
My name is Alan Horowitz. I live here in town at 133 Watchung Avenue, Montclair.
Okay. Alan, you're a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Would you just provide the board with a summary of your educational background and your professional qualifications?
I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in architecture, and I'm licensed here in New Jersey as well as in Florida and Wisconsin. I've been in professional practice for over 30 years. My license is in good standing here in New Jersey and the other states that I practice in. And I've been the principal and owner of my own firm, which is called Baseline Architecture, since 2019.
Okay, we'll accept him as an expert architect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Al, you prepared the plans for the space to be occupied by Sharron Miller, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you also prepared, I think, some plans for some exterior renovations to that building?
Yes.
Okay. What I'd like you to do is to just, I know you brought some exhibits with you, you know, I'd like you just to walk the board through, maybe starting with the plans for the exterior.
Sure.
And then you can move on to the floor plans. I do have a handout for the board, which I guess really corresponds with the
mark this as A3, Mr. Tremblay.
Okay.
If it's,
All right, Alan, why don't you, again, explain, I assume you're going to use the easel, to
Sure, I can do that.
explain
Will they be
your
able to hear me if I
plans.
speak from there, or? Or should I stand?
You take that one there.
How's that? Can you hear me? Yes?
Okay.
Okay, good. Well, the exterior improvements that we've designed for the building started with our redesign of the space to support Sharron Miller's occupancy. And as has been either spoken about or alluded to a couple of times during the course of tonight's discussion, the building has many disparate components. It's not a consistent, organized, one design at a time building. There are elements of the building that are historic and elements of the building that were accreted onto it or glommed onto it over time. And so our approach was to try and, as Dave said in his testimony, establish some sense of order and some sense of organization to the elements that were within our purview in a particular project. With regard to the design for Sharron's space, there are actually four overhead garage doors which are being removed and then replaced with like construction materials to organize and make consistent the exterior walls of the building.
I'm going to suggest, since you're talking about the current conditions, you might want to start by using that exhibit board.
Sure. Bring that up here so everyone can see it.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's existing conditions today, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. These photographs represent the existing conditions of the building. The large photograph on the lower part of the board is what we call the west elevation of the building. This faces the parking lot that is adjacent to Tony's Brook. And this is actually a really good example of how disparate the building is. There are, clearly the older portion of the building, which is the brick structure, but you can also see that the former masonry arched window openings no longer have arched windows in them. They have infill with plastic and other types of poor construction materials and older style double hung windows, which are really not appropriate to that type of an opening. As we move towards the south end of the building, you can see two of the overhead garage doors that I was speaking about. These were there for supporting the storage and warehousing purpose that the building originally fulfilled. Those uses are no longer part of the building. The doors are in poor condition. The right thing to do for the building is to remove them and replace them with complete constructed walls that have insulation and modern materials to restore not only the structural and constructional integrity of the building, but also the visual integrity. In the photographs that are on the top part of the sheet here, you see the south wall of the building, 3 additional overhead garage doors that are being removed. The other 2 photographs show the parts of the building that face east and south towards the Walnut Street train station. And again, as Dave indicated in his testimony, glass block windows, double hung windows, of all different sizes and proportions, so it's really kind of a hodgepodge of materials. It seems like the building was built at different times in different segments, and people were using basically whatever materials were available to create the space that was needed at the time.
So just focusing on the top photos, the one on the left and the one in the middle, south and east, that's the building where Sharron Miller hopes to relocate to.
Yes.
Right? And the middle picture facing east, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, that's what's going to become the entrance to the studio?
Yes, that's exactly correct. The middle photograph is the facade of the building that faces east out towards Erie Street, and the new main entrance for Sharron Miller's studio is going to be right in that area.
Okay. So maybe now it's appropriate to come put the other board up and show what you're proposing.
Yeah, as comparison, again, this is the, thanks, this is the west elevation. And so here we are showing that the existing double-hung windows are being removed from the masonry openings. Masonry openings are being fully restored, and the new infill windows will match the size, shape, and configuration of those arched openings. We're also going to, as I said before, remove the overhead garage doors, infill that with materials for the exterior wall construction, and then replace those windows with new industrial-style windows that are consistent and establish some visual unity to the facade.
And the studio would be in the portion of the building that's the stucco portion?
Yeah,
Is that right?
Sharron's occupancy wraps to about where this first car is in this rendering. So there would be a separation wall between Sharron's space and other office space that would go to the north. So her space wraps around, and this treatment would continue. I have some elevation drawings of that if we want to see the details of that.
And is there space also adjacent to the fitness center?
No, it is not. No, the fitness center is on the east side of the building along Erie Street.
Okay. Okay. Do you have a rendering of the other facade for what will be the front of, or the entrance for Sharron Miller's space?
Yes. Just give me a moment. Okay, this is a rendering of the southeast inside corner, so to speak, of the existing building, where, if I reference back to the existing condition photographs, you can sort of see it over here. Glass block is being removed, new windows are being installed, and you see the suggestion of canopy treatments to mark and identify the entrance, similar to what Dave was describing in his testimony, with some signage over the new entrance for SMAPA.
Okay. All right, then you want to go on. You've got some other renderings that were included in the exhibit that I just handed out to the board. Maybe you can just review those, and tell the board what they represent.
And we can start with our favorite rendering, which is this one. This is a representation of what Sharron's team refers to as a green studio. It's the largest of the 3 dance studios that are part of the project. And what this rendering shows is the renovation of existing space to create an open environment that really supports the different types of dance that are going to be offered through Sharron's program. Here you see the roof structure of existing wood trusses that are being left in place but refurbished and restored and painted out to create a uniform surrounding so that the focus can really be on the instruction that's taking place in the different dance classes. Also in this rendering you see 2 exterior windows on the south wall. This is where the overhead garage doors are going to be removed, and we'll restore the solid wall up to a sill level of about 8 feet, and then fill in between that portion and the top of the masonry opening for the overheads to create some clear story windows that bring natural light into the studio. This is representative of the level of design and quality that's being imposed into the studio spaces, as well as the other elements that are part of Sharron's occupancy.
You have the other 2.
Yeah, now there's, I have one other rendering immediately here, which is this one. believe Mr. Harrison asked a question about, or a comment about where parents might hang out while they're watching their children take their classes. Part of the design includes what we refer to as a commons area, where as you come in, this rendering depicts what you would see as you came through the new main entrance of the space, reception area to the right, and directly ahead, a large open space that would have the dance studios either on the left-hand side or directly ahead, the small shop for sale of the leotards and such to the right, and comfortable seating and open space in what we call commons area, so that there could be parents seating in different areas. There could certainly be places to store strollers here, and just creating an open, spacious environment that really feels supportive of the different dance activities that are going to take place.
Okay. There's another rendering, which in the package, you might not have it with you, I can show it to you. I think it's page 5 of the 6-page exhibit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you do have it. There you go.
Not going to show my renderings.
Well, you made it sound like you didn't have any.
So here too, this is also a view in the commons area looking towards the 3 dance studios. So here on the left is the studio that's closest to the exterior wall. In the far corner here is the entrance to what we call the green studio. And then at the back is the entrance to the 3rd dance studio. Again, all part of this large commons area that allows for classes to come in and out, observation to take place, and a hangout space for parents who are there to watch their children.
Okay. Okay. All right, can you move on then and discuss the floor plans?
Yeah, I don't have a printed exhibit for that.
Well, you have your... You can refer to the drawings.
You refer to the drawings.
Right. The board should have these.
Yes. I don't want to create a feedback.
Are you going to sit?
Okay.
So you're referring to the set of drawings now that were submitted with the application, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So there's no need to mark those separately. So I certainly don't want you to go through all 8 or 9 pages of that, but I just want you to go to the floor plan and just discuss the floor plan and walk the board through that, identify, particularly the studio rooms and the common areas that you've just spoken about.
Sure.
So,
I think the plan that shows the entire fit out for the studio is A100, which should be page 3 of the floor plan package, or the architectural drawing package. It's sheet A100, and I believe it's sheet 3 of the package. Yeah, those are the Langen drawings.
has the heading construction plan. Is it, we're talking about the same, construction
Yeah.
plan.
Mhm.
Isn't this a defect space in the studio? I think you said the word contiguous.
Well, the main part of it, yeah, this is.
Okay.
All right, is it, everyone? Okay.
Go ahead.
So just to give an overview of what the drawing is representing, the gray area that you see towards the top of the page is the area that we consider not in the contract for the design of Sharron's space. So it's the white area that is the proposed new occupancy. The 3 dance studios are the 3 large spaces that are at the bottom of the page and in the middle of the page on the left-hand side. The commons area, which the rendering depicts, is just above the first two dance studios, and that's ties into the main entrance. There's a wide double line that separates the lower portion of the plan from the upper portion of the plan. That's an existing concrete wall, which we are making a penetration through to connect the upper part of the plan, and that's where the there's more support space as opposed to front of house space, with the exception of that being the party room that Sharron spoke about, which is on the right-hand side just above that that existing concrete wall. So a larger rectangular room. The rooms that are to the left are the business office and Sharron's office itself, and towards the left-hand side of the top portion of the floor plan are changing rooms for students who come in street clothes and need to change into their dance attire.
Okay.
I'll also point out, since it was discussed earlier and Sharron made mention of a possible fourth studio that might be available to her, that's a large gray space that's immediately to the top of the last portion of the white area. And that is a existing studio space that's currently used by the fitness gymnasium that's part of the current building. And there's been discussion about that being made available on a shared basis. And so we proposed a potential connection, a hallway with a door that can be closed off and utilized if they are able to make an agreement for shared use of that space.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, it's up on the screen now.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're just about finished. You've also shown the second floor space.
Yes, the drawing that's on the right-hand side of this sheet represents a small storage loft, essentially. It's a partial second floor that's accessed from a stair that's dedicated just to the Sharron Miller space. So no one has any access to this other than Sharron's group. And it's about 500 square feet and will be primarily used for storage.
So the second floor is about 500 square feet?
That's correct.
And what's the square footage of the first floor space, do you know?
The first floor space is about 5,500 square feet.
Okay. Okay, so you identified the three studios, the common room, or commons in the middle, the reception area, what could be the party room. And where's the office space on the plan?
It's to the left of the party room. See, there's a central hallway that connects the studio area to the back. Mm-hmm. The two small rooms to the left are what is referred to as the business office and Sharron's private office.
Okay, and then there looks to be a small conference room there at the end of that, or is that adjacent to one of the offices?
That's one of the three changing rooms.
Oh, okay.
The stack of three rooms that are towards the top of the plan, those are all changing rooms.
Okay. We've already reviewed the facade changes. Okay, is there anything else you want to add in discussing the plans? I think you covered what I needed you to cover.
Okay. It is a compact layout, but as Sharron indicated in her remarks, there is no wasted space in this layout. The circulation is very efficient, and what we really tried to focus on was maximizing, making the space usable for the primary functions, which are the dance studios and for the birthday party room and the commons area where the parents are going to be.
Okay. And no further questions.
Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Horowitz. I'm not sure the order in which I'll ask questions, so if it seems a bit jumbled, excuse me. So for the first thing I want to ask is, it appears as though there is only one entrance and exit to this facility. Is that, am I reading this correctly, or?
No, that is not correct.
Okay, so would you please point out to us the access points?
In fact, each dance studio has its own second means of egress.
Okay.
And if you look at the bottom of the plan, you'll see two doors leading out to a protected ramp area that makes the transition from the level of the studio floor.
Can you use the pointer on the diagram?
I can do that, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Is this good? Okay. So pointing out the second means of egress for the spaces, starting with the primary entrance, this is the main entrance for the facility. Each dance studio has its own second means of egress. The two for this studio are here, and we put them into a shared situation. There is a change of elevation from the floor of the dance studio down to the grade of the parking lot. So we created a platform and a short ramp to make that transition. The third dance studio, which is here, also has a second means of egress, which is shown right here. So between the three second means of the studios, as well as the primary entrance, there are actually 4 exits for the facility.
Thank you. So where we have the 3 dressing rooms, then across the hall, there's another white space. What is that white space?
Are you referring to this space here?
No, move your finger a little bit further to the right.
Here.
Yes.
That's a storage room, which, depending on the usage, could either be shared with the studio for the FitLoft company, or it can be used for additional storage for Sharron.
So, and so I guess, I mean, the potential of sharing that with the liftoff would be if there's an agreement to share the studio, what would be the 4th studio, right? Because you talked about creating an access point.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Now, in this part of the building, there is a second floor? There's a second floor construction plan, so you have a storage room?
Yes,
Is that above? Or-
Yes.
Okay.
We tried to arrange this on the drawing so that it aligns with the portion of the first floor that it's over.
Uh-huh.
And so to access this space, you would come up the stair that's here and arrive on this side of the storage area.
Mm-hmm.
And this wall aligns with this wall here.
So, and then you have the future mechanical up there as well, is that right? Or is that the roof? What is that?
Yes, that is true. At the moment, our current mechanical design doesn't anticipate a need for that. In fact, the renderings suggest that all the new air conditioning and conditioned space for the building is going to be provided from new units on the roof. So it'll feed directly down.
So there wouldn't be a need for that to be a future mechanical room?
Probably not.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's no sense at this point as to what that space would be utilized as?
No, I will tell you, though, that there is, one of the reasons why we don't show that being accessed is because there's restricted head height there. The ceiling slopes, and there's a main carrying beam that comes right across the floor plan here.
Mhm.
So that space is not really accessible to be usable space.
So where we see these areas that are quote-unquote open to below, those would not be potentially observation places?
No, not at all. No, they're shown as open to below because we want the volume of the space for the activities that are taking place.
Okay. So you have two restrooms located in this facility, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and those would be non-gender specific, I would presume?
That is correct, both unisex, both ADA compliant.
Okay. So I was trying to reconcile, on your drawings, you showed studios with the paneled glass on the exterior wall, sort of elevated, correct? But then there was one of your drawings here, oh yes, where you show the facade. It seems to have lower windows, is that correct? What is,
Well, yes, the drawing that you're pointing to is the east-facing wall. Those are lower windows that are part of the existing building, and our renderings, I guess, conveniently don't show that on the inside.
no, they don't.
No, we didn't take a view from the inside looking at those windows.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is big. I guess what I'm trying to understand is, just like parents could observe the studios from the common area, would they also be able to observe from the exterior?
I suppose we hadn't really made any provisions for that. I believe the new parking lot layout with the site plan indicates some landscaping in that area. So I think there would be sort of a natural barrier that would prevent a peeping Tom type of situation.
Well, yeah, I'm not worried so much about peeping Toms, but you know, and maybe this is a question that's better suited for Ms. Miller than it is for you. But I mean, generally speaking, you know, when I think about dance studios, there is an element of privacy to them. I mean, there's a moment in which you probably would want to have observation, but for the most part, it's a sort of a private time. And so, if what I'm seeing is which, depending upon what I'm seeing, if there are windows that are sidewalk level, then privacy may not be afforded. That's what I'm trying to sort of understand here.
I understand. You know, it hasn't really come up as a design issue.
Mm-hmm.
I think if it became a design issue, it would be relatively straightforward to just add some window treatments and you know, have shades that screen or block out those windows during class time.
I understand. Okay. The breakout room, the breakout room, which is also behind the two restrooms, right?
Yes, it's right here.
Is that perceived as a common space, meaning common for the staff and for the I'm going to call them the artists, not the parents, but I'm talking about the people who are actually taking the lessons or whatever. Is that foreseen as a space that could be utilized by all of those folks?
I guess possibly. In our conversations with Sharron and her team, there's been discussion that a room like this could be made useful for students who need to do their academic homework if they're in between classes, and so it could be used for functions such as that. It could also be used for the instructors to have some meetings to discuss class structure and other types of things related to the program. So I think, as Sharron indicated in her comments, it's very much a multi-purpose facility that has its primary purpose as handling the birthday parties on the weekends, but during the week would be able to easily fulfill those other types of activities.
So, are there any kind of kitchen facilities in that space, or
Not a cooking kitchen. There's a countertop with a full-size refrigerator, a sink, a microwave oven, probably a coffee maker if needed, but no cooking facilities.
Okay. The reception area, I told you this would be all over the place, so. The reception area is right by the front door, obviously. Normally, that's where a reception area would be. It is not permanently attended to, as we heard from Ms. Miller's testimony. So what is perceived as the best means of keeping this space secure so that it's truly being utilized by the people who are intended to be there and not by others? In other words, with the front doors, is there sort of like a system that's designed to buzz people into the space, or is it really just an open door where people can just walk in? Or, I mean, how is that foreseen?
We really haven't had any specific conversations about that requirement. I believe in today's world, the studio is open, and people come up the stairs and come in. So I envisioned, I think we envisioned this operating essentially the same way during normal business hours. If that proved to be an issue, or there needed to be an additional level of security imparted to this, then I think we would be able to put an electronic control on the door and have the access be more structured and secured.
Well, I think it's something to consider, and because the current academy facilities is already on an upper level, right?
Yes, they're on
and
the
a lot
second
of people
floor.
wouldn't even know that it's there. So the likelihood of someone simply wandering in off the street into the space is perhaps not as great as would be the case here. And of course, there's a lot more traffic in this particular area, and 7 days a week at this point. I mean, in terms of, so I think that's something that should be taken into consideration as a security measure for the safety of those that are utilizing the facilities.
Should I call it?
I'm sorry, yes.
I can answer that, or I can have Sharron Miller.
I'm happy for you to answer if you have
Okay,
any.
because I've spoke with her.
Yes. Mhm.
And there's a person who'll be sitting out there. The one other full-time employee actually sits in the reception area during the day. When she's relieved at 5 o'clock, the person who comes in for the night session also sits at the reception.
So
there's someone there.
So that area is always attended, is what you're
Yes.
telling us?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, and I think I still would encourage you to think about what could be done to make that area more secure. I mean, just on the basis of what I'm seeing in terms of the renderings, that there's a willingness to incur some expense. I know it's not a huge space, but there is a willingness to incur some expense to make a facility that is very attractive and accommodating to the clients, and that may not be asking too much to simply look at the entrance to make sure that it's more secure, especially, again, weekends. Well, you don't have to worry. There's a lot of activity going on there on Saturdays, but Sundays, and then again in the evenings, because it does sound like, there may be activities that may stretch to 8:30, maybe even 9 o'clock at night. And I believe we're primarily talking about women and children, not to be sexist, but let's speak about the reality in terms of the issues of vulnerability.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Grant, do you have any questions?
I have one question. So the Historic Preservation Commission, in this memo, it talks about the south facade, an alternative to proposed stucco. So on the drawings, it calls out paint. Is that the new alternative to the stucco?
It's the design that's currently on the drawings.
Okay.
So, yes, it would be repaired stucco with a new fresh coat of paint that blends it in.
Okay, thank you.
I'm glad, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I realized I neglected to ask him about the HPC memo, so.
Well, I'm going to.
I know
so-
you were. All right, I'll wait till you ask the question.
Okay, Mr. Caulfield.
The second floor, that exists, right? You're not building a second floor on that?
No, we're building that new.
You're building it new?
Yeah.
And where are you building that?
Yes.
Can you show me like how that gets built and where that's going to be, the location off of the other drawing that you have there? Like where is the second floor going to be put on that?
Well, I can do it for you.
I think it may be on the drawing that you had here with the,
Well, I think he's asking if it'll show up on the elevation, the second level that you're.
you're putting a second level up here?
No. It's within the
volume.
existing box of the building. We're not popping up and adding the second floor to the building. It's within the structure.
Okay,
It's
so
within the
you're
existing
going
structure.
within that, okay.
Yeah.
Is there really like a mezzanine level?
It's essentially a mezzanine, correct. I mean, it's accessed by a stair, and it has, enough ceiling height in that portion of the building to support a two floor levels, but it's not raising the roof in any way.
Okay. On the drawing showing the entrance to Sharron Miller, there's a bunch of awnings that you have there. It looks like the building goes to an L shape there, and the awning is going around that way. The gym actually has an existing awning there. Is that going to meet up to that awning that you're proposing?
The gym is actually a long canopy that extends over that portion of the building. The current idea is to remove that canopy and create a new canopy that's consistent with the canopies that are shown in the rendering.
So that will go across to where the gym is?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And there are plans to also paint the gym's wall, that part of that wall as well?
Yes, again, the idea is to try and introduce some organization and visual consistency to as many parts of the building as we're touching.
Okay. The building seems to have on the roof levels like guardrails. Is there a reason why they have that?
Those are temporary. I'm not sure if this work is complete yet, but a new roof was being added to the building. So the yellow rails that you see in the photographs are temporary safety rails that were put up by the construction company.
No fire escapes go off onto the roofs from any of these buildings to get out for the upper levels for the buildings at all, do you know?
There is one in the office portion of the building.
Okay. Does that go over the roof of Sharron Miller to
No.
get out? No.
No, it's nowhere near Sharon's area.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Ms. Harris?
No questions.
Mr. Church?
No question.
Mr. Simon?
Just a couple. Sticking with the roof, so there's no roof access, nothing planned to be able to walk out on the roof for any of the tenants, correct? It's just
Not
gonna
for any
be
of the tenants,
equipment.
that's correct.
All right. The space in the back corner before the shared studio, on that right side, you said that will be, in the event that there's no agreement for a shared studio, that space is just going to be for storage?
That's correct.
Okay. Regarding the brick face, the stucco, is that like you committed to the stucco for the brick face on that elevation?
What's represented as stucco is intended to be a preliminary treatment of the facade in anticipation of other potential improvements to the building. There's been
So
discussion
you're
about
not
lands.
stuck on the stucco look.
No, we're not stuck on stucco.
Okay, all right.
Not Groucho Marx here.
Again, you said there's no kitchen, just a countertop. The other areas, for the bathrooms, is it one stall per bathroom?
It's a single occupant
Single.
bathroom, and there's two of them.
Now, is that enough considering the amount of people that are going to be flowing in here? I looked through the Wednesday schedule as it currently is. You have, from 4 to 5, you have 22 people registered. 5 to 6, you have 29 people. And then from 6 to 7, there's another 20 people. So you basically have over 60 people in a 2-hour span, 2 to 3 hour span, using one bathroom. And that seems to be shared between the artists and any visitors. Is that sufficient?
Well, according to the building code, it is.
Is it by code? That's all you
We
need?
designed according to the occupant load of the facility, and our page 2 shows the calculations that lead us to that design.
Okay, it may be by code, but especially in a situation where you have young children, I don't think that's sufficient at all. And even the distance from the bathroom to the changing room seems excessive. You're gonna have children changing, realize they have to go to the bathroom, then now they have to walk up to the common area in various stages of changing. I think some consideration needs to be put for some restrooms or near the changing areas in the rear, because it just doesn't seem adequate at all, in my opinion, regardless of what the code suggests. And I think my colleagues covered the rest, so thank you.
Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So following up on the question Mr. Simon asked about the restroom, did you consider adding a restroom for the administrative personnel and instructors, or that was only the 2 bathrooms for everyone?
During the development of the design, we reviewed the overall scope of the fit-out. 2 restrooms were deemed to be adequate, and they're certainly in compliance with the code, so that's why we stuck with that. But I appreciate Mr. Simon's point, and I think it's worthy to consider a 3rd one.
On another subject, regarding the secondary means of egress for each of the studios, you mentioned that they need a ramp because of the elevation change, correct? Yeah, and they are ADA compliant.
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Same for the yellow studio as well? That also needs a ramp?
There is a change of elevation there that we're showing with one step. The grade raises as you move north along the facade of the building. So it's just a one-step change, and there's ADA compliance for that studio coming through the commons area. So both entrances don't need to have the ramping treatment.
Okay, all right. As far as the HVAC equipment, you mentioned that it will go up on the rooftop, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And there's currently access to the rooftop for service?
Yes.
Yeah. So that will remain for maintenance personnel to go up and service the equipment?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And I noticed in the rendering, maybe it's not shown, the commons area, it's proposed to be conditioned space, correct?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay. I just didn't see the ductwork, so figure. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Going to the HBC memo, the first requirement deals with the windows in the original brick building. Do you have any problem with complying with that?
No, none whatever.
Okay, and then they asked for the details of the garage door improvements. I mean, I would have thought what your plan showed what you're doing with the garage doors.
Well,
Is that correct?
frankly, it was a head scratcher for us because the garage doors are being removed.
Right.
And to us, that's an improvement.
What's going there in their stead, which is largely wall with a door and some windows, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Then, to go back to the stucco question, my understanding of what you said in response to Mr. Simon is that the owner is going to consider that when he comes in for future improvements to the property. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that is correct. I also think that there's been discussion about potential rotating art program for those facades to enliven them and to maybe demonstrate the work of local artists. There's also, I believe, part of the landscaping plan is using treatments that mitigate some of the larger expanses of the stucco walls. So I think it's not necessarily an area that requires an architectural solution.
And, okay, I mean, I think what I'm thinking about is a condition that just any future application address what they're doing with that. I mean, I agree with the HPC, that's not particularly attractive, but I'm not sure for this application it makes any sense to, in light of the other improvements that are being done, to do anything. And then equally puzzling to me is that you return to them with a landscape plan, and that's not really your issue, but at the discussion, I assume you were at the HPC meeting. Was there an explanation as to why they're into landscaping? Is that
I frankly don't recall the details of that conversation. We
I
did
mean,
talk about
we're
landscaping.
we're going to discuss the landscaping with the engineer, and
Yeah, I think Vince will discuss that as part of their civil engineering package.
okay. Are there any members of the audience with questions for this witness? We're going to take a break until 10:15, but Alan, get your next witness set up and ready to go so we can be ready to start promptly at 10:15.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Tremblak, you want to call your next witness?
Yep. My next witness, you can do that in a minute, is Vincent Esposito.
Mr. Esposito, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth of the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
Vince Esposito, 1503 Deborah Court, Madison, PA 18929. The microphone on? Probably not. Want me to say it again?
I think we got it.
Okay, Mr. Esposito, would you provide the board with your educational background and your professional qualification?
Yes, I received my degree in engineering from Penn State University. Been practicing engineering for my entire career of 9 years in a variety of different areas of commercial, industrial, residential background. Civil engineering is all I know. I'm also a registered engineer in the Commonwealth of PA, in addition to New Jersey.
If you're licensed in New Jersey?
Correct.
When were you
Licensed in-
licensed?
A year and a half ago, I believe.
Okay. And are you employed by the Langen Engineering?
I am.
How long have you worked for Langen?
I've worked for Langham for almost 2 years now, and previously 7 years of experience in civil engineering.
Okay. You've testified before other zoning planning boards?
Yes,
And been qualified as an expert witness in the field of engineering?
this is true. I was actually in your position at one point.
Okay.
We'll accept him as a civil engineer.
Okay.
Expert.
All right, Vince, your office prepared the site plan drawings for this application, correct?
Yes, we did.
All right, and I think they're now up on the screen, and I'd like you to just walk the board through the site plan, and discuss, parking, landscaping, lighting, however you want to do it.
We're okay? Can you hear me, everyone? All right. So I'm sure you've all had a chance to familiarize yourself with the plans. From a civil standpoint, it's pretty straightforward. We are milling and overlaying the entire parking area. We are restriping it to provide some better circulation, in addition to some landscaping and lighting improvements. So to kind of start off, the existing parking within the property, a lot of the parking spaces are not compliant. The striping is faded, the sizes are too small. We are bringing all those spaces into compliance with the Montclair Township ordinance. We're also increasing the aisle widths throughout to comply with the ordinance, and then increase the number of parking spaces from 73 to 88. Can run in. Okay.
We're talking about the parking spaces, just identify where you're showing tandem spaces on the plans.
Yes, so there's existing tandem spaces on this property. We're basically continuing that existing nonconformity. We have a couple tandem spaces in this area, and then tandem spaces in that corner as well.
Okay, all right.
Going further, site access, given the address of the property, would basically be off of Erie Street. Occupants would circulate through, and then we change this to a one-way access to provide better circulation for the property where they'd exit onto Oak Place. So that improves circulation in addition to bringing the parking lot into compliance was our main goal for this. So site improvements are relatively minor, but main goal was to bring it into compliance.
Okay. So now is the entrance on Oak Place intended to just be exit only based upon this, or?
The entrance is two-way on here.
Okay.
The intention for the one-way is to basically better provide for the Sharron Miller Academy, where occupants would basically enter off of Erie. This would designate them not to do a turnaround maneuver in this area and to continue on through out onto Oak Place to alleviate any queuing issues with drop-offs.
Okay. Okay. All right. You want to talk about landscaping
Yes.
and the landscape plan?
So in regards to landscaping, there is an existing skip laurels on this portion and on that portion, in addition to the Oak Place frontage. We're providing additional landscaping in the landscape islands, and then there's also existing dogwoods along the Label Street frontage as well. In regards to lighting, there is existing lighting on PSE and G poles throughout the property and along Label Street. There's 2 or 3 lights along Label Street that have lights on them, as well as a couple on the property. Our plan is to retrofit those existing lights and basically better illuminate the property for compliance, and we're utilizing those poles in addition to a couple additional lights in this area for site access, safety, and here to illuminate this rear area of the parking lot, which has no lighting.
All right, and so with respect to the lighting, I think it was pointed out in, the Boswell report, that there are areas where the intensity of the lighting exceeds the report, the limitations in the Montclair ordinance. Can you identify where those areas are and address that issue?
Yeah, so based on the Boswell letter, they were speaking about spillover. The 0.3 maximum foot candle would be in this area along the side. We basically bring it down to a 0.1 to a 0, but this area along the western property line is the Tony's Brook. There's no residential properties along that side that would be affected. From here, because we're utilizing the existing poles, the poles are located within the Label Street right-of-way. As such, it's an existing nonconformity to basically use those existing poles to throw light onto our private property. And then in this area along Erie Street, we have a little bit of light spiller within the public right-of-way to provide illumination for the site access.
So suppose it goes into the right-of-way, and there's no are there any residences or other properties that are affected by that spill over there?
No, there's all the railroads and parking adjacent to here, no residential properties. Here's the right-of-way, no adjacent properties with lights being directed here. The residential properties that are on the north side of Oak Place, we provide full cutoff fixtures where possible, so you'll see there's no light being spilled over onto Oak Place, so that would further hinder those residential properties.
Okay. With respect to the landscaping, there was a comment in the planning department memo regarding landscaping on the Label Street side, and I think a request that there be some additional landscaping there.
Yes, that's correct. So right now, like I stated earlier, there are skip lowers along here and along this portion with 3 dogwoods here. We do plan on proposing additional skip laurels to fill in the gaps there to provide that parking buffer as noted in Janice's letter.
Okay.
Can you
And
show that on
Boswell.
a plan? I don't know what, on the revised plan?
Yeah, we plan on revising this plan to include that, so it'll be a condition of approval.
Okay. All right. Just if you can go back to the site plan, I just want you to identify the location of the trash enclosure that is provided for on the plans, right?
Yes, there's existing dumpers that Mr. Placek noted in this area. We are now providing a trash enclosure that's going to be in compliance with Montclair Township ordinance. Trash enclosure is going to be in the same general area up in this corner with board-on-board fencing, a concrete foundation, and additional landscaping and evergreens that will be placed surrounding it. A detail for that is provided on CS 501 right there.
Does it have a roof?
The trash enclosure does not have a roof. It
Our
has,
code requires it.
I believe it does it
Requires a
require?
roof.
Okay, we can revise it then to require a roof. It's not an issue.
Okay. Are you aware of any new signage that's being proposed other than the signage that was noted on the architectural plans for
Yes.
SMAPA location?
Yes, we do have additional signage to accompany the parking lot circulation. We have stop signs here. We have one-way circulation signs here. We also have do not enter signs and stop bars to prevent traffic from flowing into this area.
All right, so if you're talking about signage on the pavement, is there any additional signage that you're aware of that's proposed, either building-mounted signage or freestanding signs?
The freestanding signs would be the one-way sign here. It would be the accessible parking signage here, and then the freestanding signs, I believe, which are placed here. And now we're on the plan for the do not enters.
Okay. And there was a comment in the, I think, the Boswell letter requesting that you testify, discuss any fencing modifications that are proposed?
Yes, there's an existing 5-foot fence that runs along the Tony's Brook Creek. We are replacing that in kind with a 5-foot chain link fence, no barbed wire, and it's going to be black vinyl coated.
Okay. What about the comment that I think was raised in the Boswell report as well as the planning department memo about suggestion that to provide curbs rather than wheel stops? Can you address that?
Yeah, so we took a deep dive with this, and I guess it's important to note where curbing exists currently. On the plan, there's curbing on this area that runs across. It's also curbing in here. We're proposing additional concrete curbing islands in this area, as well as with our trash enclosure up in here. As noted in the Boswell letter, we did look at providing additional curbing along the Tony's Brook, but that would cause increased erosion to the Tony's Brook due to it being concentrated flow. Right now, it's generally sheet flow, and we want to maintain that. Boswell was in agreement with this. We also explored placing additional curbing in this area. However, due to grades, the curbing would be more of a trip hazard, being only a maximum of 4 inches high, as opposed to the wheel stops, which would be less of a tripping hazard.
Okay. Just sticking with the Boswell report, and I might need to give this to you, but I just want to have you confirm that you'll be able to comply with, well, I'm going to refer you to paragraphs 12 and 13 in the Boswell letter from February 16th.
Yeah, so in regards to the Boswell letter, all comments are will comply. A lot of the comments echoed similar sentiment as to Ms. Talley's letter. Some of the things I do want to take a deeper dive in are landscaping and lighting. Like we noted previously, we're improving the lighting to basically bring it into compliance by using the existing PSC&G and poles on Label Street and throughout the property to basically illuminate the property. We did a light study on this and determined that the existing light fixtures were inadequate. They provided very minimal lighting, and it was potentially a safety issue. So this is a huge improvement to the plan from a lighting standpoint. And we worked directly with PSC&G regarding this. With respect to the color, PSC&G specified 4,000 K. We can work with them to see if they'll bring it down, but that was a specification that they provided because we are utilizing their poles.
Okay.
Can I add a question since we're talking about lighting? I'd noticed that the floodlights are being mounted at a height of 25 feet. Our code only allows them to be mounted at a height of 15 feet.
Yes, that's an existing nonconformity. The existing light fixtures on those poles are mounted at 25 feet. That's a PSC&G standard, and we're maintaining that standard.
A couple of other comments in the Boswell letter. I think you already indicated you're going to provide some additional skip laurel along the Label Street side. There's also a request for
Yeah, with respect to landscaping, we are going to do some additional skip laurels to fill those gaps to meet those parking buffer requirements. We're also going to switch out the landscaping near the trash enclosure to be evergreen shrubs and add in the additional shade tree for the trash enclosure area. So all those comments will comply.
okay, so you're talking about comments, I think 27, 28, 29,
That's correct.
31 you've already addressed on fencing.
Yep.
Okay. Can you address the waivers that are being requested?
Yeah, so to basically summarize the waivers that we're requesting, one which has already been testified to is the tandem parking spaces. The second waiver we're requesting is regards to parking lot dimensions. The code adds a provision to reduce the parking dimensions to compact spaces from 9 by 19 to 8 by 17. We are in compliance with that provision of the ordinance. It's more of a formality to request a waiver for it. It's also existing nonconformity since many of the spaces on the property do not meet the current ordinance requirements. The additional waiver we're requesting is for aisle widths. As noted with the parking dimensions, the aisle widths are also able to be reduced in size from 20 24 feet to 21 feet. We are doing this only in compact space areas, and it's in compliance with the ordinance.
I think there's only one area where you're showing a 21-foot aisle width, and if you can just point that out.
Yes, I believe it's within this area here.
Right, okay. And then you've got compact parking spaces adjacent to the aisle?
That's correct.
All right.
And the final waiver would be with respect to the lighting, existing nonconformity, utilizing those PSE&G poles with them being located within the right-of-way and spilling onto the property to provide illumination. The property line requirement is not met for that.
All right. I think there's also a waiver for the 4-foot setback required between parking areas and the property lines.
Yes, we are not adding any impervious to this site. We're utilizing the existing asphalt layout and the existing layouts of the parking as it currently stands. There's a 3.62 dimension here, existing nonconformity, and we are not worsening that in any way. We are simply milling and overlaying the existing asphalt. Just continuing it.
Condition. Okay. Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McCullough, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just a couple of questions, Mr. Esposito. Just going back to where you made reference to the traffic patterns. If I'm understanding you correctly, there are 3 patterns. So in the area by the entrance at Erie Street, there's a B there, so I'll just call that area out, right? Okay. So cars would enter into the area, but if they're parking within that zone, that B area, they would also be able to exit to Erie Street, or would they have to work their way through to Oak Street?
Yeah, so it's a good question. This is two-way access as it stands now, and we continue to maintain that. The only access we're changing is in the back side of the building here is two-way. We are making this a one-way to provide for better circulation, but our access would be able to provide in and out through Erie. The intent for making this the one-way is to provide that better circulation for drop-off. For the Miller space, cars would potentially circulate in through here, turn right. There's sidewalk adjacent to the building and entrances here, and then cars will then continue on through, not being impeded by the reduced width here, and it still complies with the one-way access out that way.
So the area in front, let's see. Okay, the area F, I think, F and G, which is,
F and G.
yeah,
back here?
yes, that,
Oh,
so
here,
going across
F and
that.
G.
So
Yeah.
vehicles would be obligated to go out through Oak Street, or would they have the option to go either way?
They have the option to go either way.
They have the option to go either way, is what you're
Yes.
saying? Okay.
Yeah, it's two-way here, it's two-way there. The only thing we changed is to provide only one way out this way, as no, just for the circulation, but
So
essentially
if
they
it-
would have the option.
Right, so if people are wanting to use Oak Street, they would go up that
Exactly
side
right.
area.
Yes.
And
Yep.
no vehicles would, from area C and H, would be able to make their way over to
Exactly
Erie
right.
Street, in other words.
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, is that practical? It just sounds it sounds very confusing. I mean, there's sort of like these 3 traffic patterns.
Right, so basically there's tenant doors on this area, there's tenant doors all throughout, so we're still providing and maintaining the same access at each of these street frontages.
Mhm.
So that's really not changing. The general circulation is, the only major difference is just doing a one-way in this area due to the limited pavement widths in this. So it's really making it a safer circulation pattern just from that instance, but cars have the option to go either direction in this and in this instance as well. So
Okay.
there really is no major change to circulation.
Okay.
It's just more of an improvement of safety in the pinched area here to make this a one-way.
Okay. So what about walkways? I mean, because I think in terms of the testimonies that we've been listening to, there's been reference to people arriving a variety of ways, most perhaps by vehicle, but some might be pedestrians. And so are there walkways that sort of span this whole area, or what are we?
Yes, you're correct. There's covered walkways along the entire frontage here, and then there's easy access for the doorways and stoops along for these here as well. So if people were coming from the train station and coming off of Erie, there's a walkway and sidewalk that provide access to the Miller.
Okay. So the walkway over in the area, I think that would be the yellow studio, I think, right? That D, area D on the gray. That would go to the one-way access, right?
This
Yes.
is an egress point.
Yes. So that there's a walkway there, is that correct?
Yeah, we gore stripe that area out so that no cars will be able to enter in that for safety.
And that will stretch all the way up, going up to the parking area close at Oak Street.
Yeah, there's existing doorways to the other tenants all along this building frontage, so that basically stretches all the way through with no parking spots impeding that. There's walkways in this area as well.
So there's no reason for people to be walking in the roadway.
No, sir.
If they do, it's a choice they're making.
You can jaywalk if you want, but
Okay, all right. Well, I'm particularly concerned also about, I think there's been reference to people who may be pushing, baby carriages and that kind of thing, or, toddlers, just want to make sure that they're not in the street, that they actually do have free access. What about bicycles? Are there any accommodations for bicycles here? Like, I know there's a lot of attention given to parking spaces, but what about storing bicycles at this facility if there are teenagers that are able to?
yeah, there are existing bicycle facilities located in this area for the DFIT use and for, I guess, any use for this building. So
Okay.
they're existing bicycle
So
parking.
that currently exists?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Ms. Grant?
Questions for me?
Mr. Caulfield?
So, let me pull it back. I guess Erie Street going north, the ROW is very shallow there, is that correct?
Sorry, what?
The right-of-way of Erie Street, it narrows itself as you go towards Oak Place? Yeah.
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. I think it does.
Okay.
So like, so we're putting more parking in, technically, from what is existing on the old survey, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you feel that we have to adhere to the certain amount of parking because of the codes and stuff like that, that this is going to be an okay situation with this type of operation here?
If I might,
Yeah.
next witness.
I agree, but he did bring up some of the traffic, so I'm just,
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
I'm not going detail into that.
Okay.
I just want to,
Yeah.
I'm looking for flow, is what I'm,
Yeah, I would defer to our traffic
Yeah.
engineer on that.
Yeah, okay, on that aspect of it. But did you come up with the design on that, or did you listen to the traffic engineer and then put together the spaces off of his report?
The traffic engineer is also with Langen, and we worked hand in hand.
Okay. The aisle width that the code, the waiver you're looking for says the 24, and you're looking for 21 in that space. There's no concerns for you in that, like if one of the vehicles was coming out of the space and another vehicle coming down, would you see something in that way of trouble?
I would trust the Montclair code that if we're going to utilize the 21-foot width with compact spaces, that it wouldn't cause any issues.
It wouldn't cause that space. Would you see a bigger car in the I mean, you wouldn't have any, but there could be a situation that you would have a bigger car in a compact space, but that's part of not your purview in that situation. Any of the inlets that you have, do they drain into Tony's Brook? Do you know?
Yeah, there's a variety of existing catch basins and piping throughout the property, all of which usually drains to the Tony's Brook adjacent.
You originally had curbs along the Tony Brook, but you decided that it's best not to do that because of the water flow aspect of it, correct?
That's not correct.
That's not correct. What was
There is existing no curb. We explored placing curb based
Yeah.
off the review letters from Mrs. Talley and Boswell. We explored placing curbing there and found that it would be disadvantageous.
blocking water to going to Tony Brook, or why does it?
Right. So basically, the existing conditions now is sheet flow.
Yeah.
Which is great because it's not concentrated. By curbing, you would basically create a point source discharge to that Tony's Brook, which would further cause erosion to the stream.
Okay.
So by maintaining the existing flow pattern, it's just advantageous from a sediment
And
erosion.
the flow, you're going the flow this direction. You're not sure what flow, right?
The flow of the parking lot is like 1 to
Does it
2%.
go in that direction?
It's all towards this direction. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Ms. Harris?
The building lighting that you're showing on the SMAPA elevation, are they integrated into the canopy? I guess that might be a question for Mr. Horowitz.
We did integrate the canopy lighting. You could see along the building frontage into our lighting plan. Yes.
Okay. And I think this might be more of a question for Ms. Talley, but do we need any kind of variances for the non-conforming shed? Is that something that we need to consider this evening?
We didn't identify any variances for the shed. I think what you're being asked to tonight as part of this site plan approval is to approve the shed. Okay, we didn't identify any variances for that shed location.
Okay. Thank you. No further
Thank you.
Mr. Church?
You may have answered my question, being, in the event of a flooding situation on that property, the sheet flow to Tony's Creek, would that be adequate to handle it, or would it take additional piping underground to dissipate it so that you don't have standing water after a heavy rain, which we've been getting a lot of?
No, it's a great question. So it's just a two-parter. The first part is we're not proposing any additional impervious surface. We're actually reducing impervious surface, which means there's going to be a reduction in the amount of flow with these improvements from the existing condition getting to that river. So we are improving that condition.
Okay. And it would be adequate, I mean, to handle a heavy rain? So it doesn't puddle?
Yes, in regards to the puddling and in the existing pavement areas, we are
Yeah.
providing a full mill and overlay to basically create a more uniform
Oh,
and
gotcha.
eliminate
Okay.
those burp acids,
That
if you
would
will.
be enough?
Exactly.
That would be enough, okay. That's all I have.
Mr. Simon?
Couple questions. Just going back to signage. Is there any signage at the entrance to the driveways saying like what stores or facilities are on the property?
Existing, no.
Are there any plans to add those?
I'll defer to the architect on that one to speak on additional signage for the property.
Okay. Okay. And the other question may not be for you as well, is were there any provisions for EV, electrical chargers?
Yes, there were. And that is a will comply item. We plan on placing 3 EV chase stations in this corner here.
Up against the building?
That's correct.
So the 3 full-size spaces are going to be the EV chase?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's a will comply.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to the one-way traffic pattern that you're changing, is there anything that would prevent an emergency vehicle, say a fire truck, to go the other way?
Not to my knowledge, no. We're not reducing the width in this area. We just know it's an existing pinch point of the existing configuration. So we're improving that by, instead of making this as an existing 2-way, we're decreasing it to 1-way to reduce any instances where that would come into play.
Yeah. By a fire truck will not have any problem going one way or the other.
The fire marshal was required to approve this plan, the existing plan as is. So I'm sure he would allude to the same, that it's not an issue.
Yep. And then as far as Utilities in general, city water, sanitary sewer, do you anticipate any changes as a result of this construction?
No, we're not making any changes or any changes to the drainage. We're not making any changes to the existing catch basins or piping. Those are all staying as is and existing.
And electric and gas services will remain? You will not add anything new?
I believe so. Utilities? I don't believe there's any additional utilities with this, no.
All right, thank you.
I want to go over the Langen memo, a couple of parts of that where not altogether clear what you're proposing. And let's start with number 11 in terms of where are you putting curbing and where are you not putting curbing? I understand along Tony's Brook you're not putting curbing, and I'm going to come back to that. Is there anywhere else that you're not putting curbing in?
There's curbing that already exists along this area. There's curbing that already exists in this area. The rest of this property, there is no curbing. We took a deep dive into the grading of this site, and we wanted to maintain the existing drainage patterns to the best way possible, because they're all geared towards the existing inlets and the piping associated with them. There's not enough grade change from these door access points to the existing building to implement any curbing in that area. Because you essentially have a 6-inch curb that's stuck up and it would be level on both sides of it, and that's more of a tripping hazard, I feel, than the wheel stops where a vehicle is going to be parked in front of the wheel stops.
How about along the northern property line? I mean, the southern property line, I'm sorry.
Along here?
Yeah.
There's existing curbing that exists there.
And you have curbing and wheel stops? Why do you have both?
It was part of the existing condition. We're simply keeping it the same configuration.
Can we get rid of
that's...
We can
So-
certainly remove the wheel stops from this area if you would like.
Okay, so my understanding is you're proposing to mill the entire parking lot, is that correct?
That's correct.
So any existing wheel stops will at least have to be lifted up to enable that to occur, is that correct?
The wheel stops will be temporarily removed during the milling process. That's correct.
The Boswell memo identifies a number of low spots based on your spot elevations where water is currently ponding. My understanding is when you do the milling and repaving, those will be eliminated. Is
That's
that
correct. And a note's been added to our plan stating such.
What is, along the south side, then, what is, if there's existing curbing there, what is the purpose of the wheel stops?
I believe the wheel stops are there as an existing condition. We were simply putting them there just to maintain it, but we can certainly remove them if you would like us to. They don't need to be there if the curbing is there. You are correct.
Okay. Along, my understanding of the survey is the property line basically runs along the top of Tony's Brook, is that correct?
No, the Tony's Brook is a little bit to the west of the property line. The property line is essentially edge of pave.
Okay, let's do, there's a stream, there's a concrete wall on either side of the stream, and then there's this narrow strip where volunteer trees have popped up along what's 1.5 feet, maybe 2 feet wide, and I'm trying to figure out who owns that strip of land that's at the top of the wall on the east side of the stream. I would kind of interpret the survey as saying the wall is the property line, but I can't tell that for sure because it doesn't show. It just shows the property going slightly beyond, well...
Yeah, can you clarify which area specifically?
I mean, I would read it as, I mean, it says the edge of paving goes to the property line.
Yes.
Okay. So only because it is affecting other people's property am I going to leave you alone on those, because I think there are other things you could do to control the erosion, but you would have to do something on the neighbor's property. So, there'll be, what, 15 additional parking spaces as a result of?
That's correct. We're increasing from 73 to 88.
How is that being accomplished?
Basically, we're bringing the existing spaces into compliance. Many of the spaces are not sized properly. So by resizing the spaces, adding additional compact spaces to get our widths in, we're basically adding in those additional 15.
To simplify, you're accomplishing this by making some of the spaces smaller. Some are probably oversized, but some you're going from the conventional 9 feet to the compact 8 feet. Is that correct?
Partially correct, yeah. So the spaces that exist along here are only 14 foot in length. So we're bringing those into compliance. Then the compact spaces would help us reach those goals of the additional spaces, yes.
Okay, and the lighting is the last thing I want to cover. Okay, so I understand you're exceeding along Erie, and who cares is to be my, I couldn't find, where is the exceedance, where are the other exceedances?
Yep, so we're exceeding along Label Street, and that's because the light fixtures as they exist today are within the Label Street right-of-way, and they shine onto our property. We're replacing those fixtures, so it's a technicality of, since the light fixture is located outside the property at the actual property line, it's an overage at that point.
But those are what I would call the existing street lights that...
Exactly. There's existing street lights there, and then there's existing lights on those poles that shine onto our property. We're simply replacing those lights.
And is there any other place where there's an exceedance?
There's minor exceedances of 0.3, but this is into the Tony's Brook in this area. Once you actually get to the water level, I believe it dwindles down to 0, not far off of the property line.
So it went, by the time you get to the other side of Tony's Brook, it's...
0. Yep.
Okay. Any other questions from members of the board?
Mr. Harrison, I have a question. I heard testimony tonight about the students who will be walking to Sharron Miller's Academy from the high school and from Renaissance School. How are they going to get to the entrance if they're walking from the schools?
Sidewalks and biking, I'm assuming, how they would get to this property as is.
There's a sidewalk issue here, you know, and that's, if I wasn't aware that so many students would be walking, so I really want to know, and the entrance is on the north side of the building and the school, I mean, on the east side of the building, and the schools are to the west. So what is going to be the safe pathway for students who are walking to class? Just curious.
I would have basically preferred them utilize the existing walkways in this, all in this property. We're providing sidewalk all on the property frontage. I'm sorry, not the building frontage, to provide access to this front building. Any improvements would be outside of our subject property.
Well, there's no sidewalks along, let me say, there's no sidewalks on Oak Place on this side of the property. Are there any sidewalks on Erie Street? I'm trying to pick, I know that there's no sidewalks on this side of Oak Place. They would be on the other side of Oak Place. I'm assuming you don't want them walking through the parking lot and going through the one-way traffic. You want them to walk around the building. So, and maybe this isn't the best
maybe
expert, but again, I'm trying to figure out the safe way for students walking to the entrance.
I think the only safe way is for them to come down Forest Street to Label and come in that way where there's sidewalks.
No kid is going to do that.
That's why the attorneys don't testify.
Yeah, so I think that's a pretty important consideration. So, and you might have somebody else who might be able to respond to that.
Okay, are there any members of the audience who have questions for this witness?
I just wanted to say, as far as answering.
Well,
that question-
could you come up to the microphone, please?
In answer to that question, having done it many times, you can walk down Chestnut, then you walk toward, I don't know what that little street is called. There's a little street that has a sidewalk. Then you go around, what you're doing is going around the building, and there are sidewalks there. I've done it.
So you're going down Oak Place, and then are there sidewalks on Erie Street?
And then you
No.
go around.
Okay.
What I did was I went the back way. Yes, I entered there, and then I used the sidewalk that was along the edge of the building. So you can go around the building to the front where Sharron Miller's would be.
Can you show me where, when you? Okay. Well, perhaps if people are walking there, can we make that, identify it as a pedestrian walkway there? A protected pedestrian?
We can certainly add gore striping in that area, yeah.
I think you probably have the room, because you've striped it.
Right, we do have the space to add some gore striping in that area.
But I'm just trying to think of how to provide a safe pathway for people to walk. And if you can show that that's where people should be walking around the building.
Yeah, I do know there's space from the building, and that's why another reason wheel stops would be important, to create that existing barrier in between the building and the parking area. I do know there is space in between here that
I think I would
pedestrians
prefer
could
to see,
access.
rather than wheel stops creating the pedestrian area, I'd rather see a curb and a sidewalk.
Right, so the issue with the curbing there is you would block the entrances. You would have equal elevation on both sides of the curb.
You're blocking, there's only one entrance there.
There's an entrance here, there's a couple doorways all along the side of this building.
I thought you were getting rid of those, because you're getting rid of those.
Yes, in this area, are these entrances on this also being roofed? Yeah. But we can certainly add some gore striping on that side there too.
I would prefer to see a sidewalk.
Yeah, I'd like to voice support for that. I mean, that was the question that I was asking earlier.
Right.
About, pedestrian traffic, making it possible for people to be able to fully access this building from Oak Street or Erie Street, as well as bicycles. I mean, it's clearly that's a critical issue.
Especially since they're not going to be walking around the outside of the building, they're going to be walking, they're not walking on the north side and the east side, they're going to be walking on the west side. So I think we need to consider that.
Okay.
Are there any questions from members of the audience for this witness? Mr. Trembulak, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, Dan DeSario.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
Certainly, Dan DeSario, last name's DISARIO. I'm with Langen Engineering. Business address is Princeton, New Jersey. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey, as well as several other states. I have a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from Temple University, Master's of Transportation Engineering from NJIT. I've been accepted as an expert in the field of traffic engineering before hundreds of boards throughout New Jersey.
We accept him as an expert traffic engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dan, you're familiar with the parking analysis report The revised report dated March 15, 2024.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I realize it was prepared by someone else in your office, but you're familiar with that and prepared to review it tonight with the board?
I am, and the author of that report is probably on a plane heading to Rome as we speak.
Sent him an email this afternoon.
He was out of the office by noon, so if it was later than that, Mr. Chairman, he was not going to respond to it.
Okay. All right, would you review the parking analysis?
Certainly,
report, the
and given the
methodology, conclusions? Yeah.
absolutely, and given the late hour, I'm just going to cut to the chase and give you the benefit of the highlights of what's stated. The chairman touched upon some of it already earlier in the evening, but essentially, we went out there and we identified what the existing parking demand is. The way we did that is we did counts that counted all the vehicles that were parked on the property. March 13th, which was last Wednesday, I believe, from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., we recorded the amount of parked vehicles every half hour. We did it again March 14th, Thursday, again from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. every 30 minutes. And then we also did parking counts March 16th, Saturday, from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., again every 30 minutes. Between the two weekday counts, we looked at what the absolute highest parking demand was. It occurred at 9 a.m., and it was 62 vehicles. Right now, in round numbers, you have about 20,000 square feet of occupied office. Fit loft is about 10,500 square feet. So the combination of that office use and the fit loft use generated a maximum parking demand of only 62 vehicles at any given time during the weekday counts. Similarly, for the Saturday count, we identified a maximum of 47 vehicles parked on the site, and that occurred at noon. If, again, referring to that memo, if you wanted to look at the details of how the parking demand varied over those times that we did our counts, I refer you to page 5 of 11 of that memo. When you look at that, in terms of the weekday counts, 6 in the morning, there were 15 cars as a maximum demand. At 6 p.m., there was a maximum of 22 vehicles. As I testified to, the highest parking demand occurred at 9 a.m., which was 62 vehicles. So it's clear to me that Fit Loft, being that type of specialized training facility, is really, no pun intended, driving the parking demand. Because as you get later in the day, the parking demand at the site actually starts going down. During the weekday, based on those counts, 10 a.m. it was 59, 11 o'clock it was 38, noon it was 36, 1 p.m. it was 36, 2 p.m. it was 39, 3 p.m. it was 32, 4 o'clock was 29, 5 o'clock it was 24, and 6 o'clock it was 22. So you can see the effects of Fit Loft in the morning, which was consistent with the testimony that you heard from the applicant. Then the rest of the day, it's really the office users, presumably. I would note for the board's information, we counted all vehicles that were parked on the site, irrespective of whether they were associated with any of the tenants that are actually on the site, or if they were associated with other tenants in the area not on this site. I think the board's probably aware there is some parking that does routinely occur on this site that has nothing to do with tenants that currently occupy the site. When you look at those maximum parking demands that were recorded, and you want to estimate how that would change with this proposed application, essentially there's two components. It's the SMAPA that is before you this evening, but it's also the vacant restaurant that is on the site that's currently not generating any parking demand. You heard testimony from Sharron regarding SMAPA. We've conservatively assumed, for parking evaluation purposes, maximum parking demand for SMAPA of 30 vehicles. And that's essentially assuming there's an adult class with about 10 adults in it, and all the adults drive. And then there's a preschool class with about 20 parents associated with those students that would also drive and park. So a total of 30 vehicles. Realistically and practically speaking, I don't expect that kind of demand from SMAPA, but for purposes of parking evaluation, that's what we've assumed, that they would generate a maximum parking demand of 30 vehicles, essentially between the hours of 4 and 8, when they experience their peak activity in terms of classes, because essentially it's catering to kids after school. That leaves the restaurant. Your parking ordinance requires 1 space per 3 seats. That restaurant right now has 135 seats in it, so that would equate to a maximum parking demand of 45 vehicles. If you look at how restaurant parking demand varies based on published information, and we refer to the Urban Land Institute's publication, Shared Parking, which I believe it's in its 3rd edition. In that publication, it has how, or it identifies how parking demand varies for restaurant uses. As I'm sure you all have dined at restaurants, typically speaking, restaurant peak parking demands occur at evening times, generally from 6 to 7 o'clock and later. And then on Saturdays, again, in the evening, but they do generate oftentimes some noontime demands for lunch. So based on the ULI information and the existing parking demand that we have identified at the site, we've identified a worst-case scenario in terms of parking demand if the board grants approval for this application and SMAPA occupies the space as proposed, and the restaurant, and the applicant did indicate he does have a tenant for the restaurant, so the restaurant goes back into full operation at the 135-seat capacity, that you could expect conservatively a maximum peak parking demand of 95 vehicles on a weekday at 6 p.m. That consists of the 22 vehicles that we counted that occur currently at the site, an additional 30 for SMAPA, and again, I believe that's a conservative estimate. We all expect it to be lower than that. And the restaurant would have a demand at 6 p.m. of 43 vehicles based on the ULI information, not fully reaching its maximum peak parking demand till 7 p.m. That would equate to about 95 vehicles. You've heard this application is proposing 88 spaces. So in that limited instance on a 6 o'clock on a weekday evening, there may be the need to rely on some of the on-street parking that is in the area to support what I would characterize as minimal overflow coming from this site. And practically speaking, it probably won't be any overflow because we're overestimating what SMAPA would generate. Then similarly on Saturday at noontime, we identified existing parking demand at the site of 33. Again, assuming SMAPA is running a few classes and equates to a 30 vehicle demand in terms of parking. And based on ULI, again, the restaurant demand would be about half of its maximum peak parking demand, so about 23. If you add all those components up, we're looking at a maximum peak parking demand on a conservative side of about 86 vehicles. So when you look at it holistically and in total, based on the existing parking experience at the site today, and conservatively adding on top of that the SMAPA demand and the restaurant demand, for most, if not all, of the time periods that you would come to the site, there'll be available parking. There may be an hour during the weekday evening where there might not be any spaces available at the site, and obviously we would rely on some of the on-street parking that surrounds the site to accommodate that overflow. But again, practically speaking, I don't expect that to be the case. The applicant, as you heard, has master leased this site for a year and currently doesn't experience any parking issues at the site, other than maybe some people that don't belong at the site parking there. But with that, I would be happy to answer any questions that any of the board members have.
Ms. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
Did you have?
Yeah.
No, that's okay.
Mr. DeSario, just a couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
One of them, you sort of alluded to in terms of the Saturday reality, which is farmer's market, I think is the time that most likely there would be other vehicles that are utilizing that parking space because there's so much congestion at that time. Is that part of what you observed?
I can only tell you what we counted and identified last Saturday,
Okay.
given the hearing, and there were 33 vehicles parked at noon at the site. And that, at 10 o'clock in the morning, there were 47 vehicles that were parked. That could be a combination of some of the farmers market activity. It's probably more likely that it's the Fitloff activity with their classes. You heard the applicant, and I'm sure all the board members are familiar with the site. If you don't know the site's there, you don't know it's there. Along Label Street, there's a grade difference between the sidewalk and the street level and where this site's parking level or grading elevation is. And there's a lot of landscaping there too that blocks view into this site. So it's really not an inviting site in terms of the surrounding streets. And if you don't know it exists, you're never gonna know it's back there. And certainly when I got involved and I did a site visit this evening, I went around the block once because I missed the turn onto Erie Street to get to the site because it's not readily visible.
Yeah. I mean, I basically agree with you, although, I suspect that, with the improvements that will be taking place, that perhaps more people will in fact be aware of it. And it'll be a beautiful parking.
Well, that's
parking
kind
lot,
of the
so-
advantage too. If you activate the big space that's now dark, where I guess a previous warehouse type use occupied, if the studio comes in, now you have activated that portion of the building and that portion of the site. I think people become less inclined, or at least less comfortable, to park somewhere where they know they shouldn't be parking. When you have an active Academy of Arts, SMAPA,
Yeah.
and you see people coming and going. It's when you don't have that activity, people feel a lot more comfortable to do things that they shouldn't be doing.
Okay, that's helpful, pros and cons, yeah. So the other question I have is just the compact versus full-size parking spaces. So about 50%, I think, of the spaces are designed for compact vehicles. Most of those spaces are on the Erie Street side of the facility. I mean, they certainly do stretch up into the Oak Street area, but for the most part, I mean, in terms of the full-size vehicles, those are on the southern border, largely, of the property. How realistic is it that 50% of those spaces should be reserved for compact vehicles? I mean, you deal with these sort of traffic realities and the types of vehicles that people are driving nowadays. Yeah.
I'll be very frank with you. I drive a Kia Telluride, which is a pretty big three-row SUV. I park in compact spaces all the time without issue. Couple things to note specific to this site plan, however. Yes, we're proposing wheel stops. But these spaces, from what I can tell, in almost every instance, allow for front overhang. So effectively, they may be dimensioned as compact spaces, but effectively they can accommodate larger vehicles because of that front overhang. The other thing to really note, other than, and Mr. Caulfield had pointed it out, and I'm going to answer his kind of question now as part of answering your question. There's only one instance really on the site where the aisle width is less than township ordinance. Site plan's not up there, but you probably remember where the site engineer had referred to it. It's about 21 and a little bit in terms of the width of that area. It actually gets better because of the way the parking that's adjacent to that aisle is angled, so you get wider other than the one instance. But everywhere else on the site, the aisles are very wide, overly wide. And because of that, it's going to facilitate circulation a lot better even with the compact parking. So even if you have a vehicle that's adjacent to one of these very wide two-way aisles, if they were to happen to overhang their stall, practically speaking, it's not going to negatively impact circulation because the aisle widths are so generous.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Grant?
No questions for me for traffic.
Okay, Mr. Caulfield?
How accurate is your science, traffic management? Like, is there an accuracy in the science of it?
In terms of identifying the existing demands, they're based on counts. So that's empirical. In terms of estimating SMAPA's maximum demand, that was pure operations. So I would say I'm pretty confident in terms of that number, using 30, and I think it's going to be less, but for evaluation and discussion, we use 30. The restaurant demand is purely a function of your ordinance. So your ordinance requires 1 space per 3 seats. There's 135 seats. Maximum demand would be 45 vehicles. How that demand varies throughout a day for the restaurant is again based on empirical data that the Urban Land Institute has collected. So unfortunately, my profession, traffic engineering, it's entirely empirically based. There's no law of physics that govern what we do. So I am reasonably certain that what I've identified and testified to is actually going to occur. And I would even respectfully submit to you, I think there's going to be less parking demand than what we've put forth to you.
Okay. Okay. Going on that, there are variables that we can't necessarily computate in the sense like that. Like, how do drop-offs affect the parking analysis? I think your analysis is getting to the situation. If you get to the site, there's parking for you. But if we throw the variables of drop-offs and dropping people off and moving that out, does that function in that science at all?
Drop-off and pickup activity doesn't translate into parking demand in terms of do we have enough spaces to accommodate demand. What the pickup and drop-off activity will do, to a certain extent, is affect circulation on the site. So if there's a vehicle that's dropping off and you're the one behind them, you have to wait for them to drop off or pick up before you can go, unless there's enough width to get around them, depending on where that pickup drop-off activity is occurring on the site. But in terms of parking demand, it has no bearing whatsoever.
Okay. Might just have a disadvantage on the flow of traffic and how the flow enters and comes onto that.
That's fair.
Okay.
For a momentary point of time, yes.
I mean, I've been in parking lots that, like for example, up here, the Acme, there's a supermarket, and then there is a kind of a daycare. It's not a day, I don't know the name of it, but they have birthday parties there on Saturday. Now, these are totally two different uses, but they are thinking of having a birthday space in that location, which is going to bring a total different population to this parking lot that I don't think your science has that in that formulation. Just bear with me for a second. Because I think that science, I think that is 1 car per person, it seems like, because I can never find any spaces. I've been on the other side of being in parking lots and being stuck. So I don't know where I believe where the science is, and because I've been in many failing parking lots and things haven't been moving very well. So I'm just wanting to get. I mean, I think you explained your technique and your science. I think that's very proven and stuff like that. My understanding is I think there's other things that get thrown in these predicaments that throw things off, and that's where I'm coming from as an individual in the town, trying to get around parking and stuff like that and being affected by that stuff. Thank you.
Ms. Harris?
The kind of 30 parking spaces max that you have for SMAPA, does that include employees as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you heard from Sharron, a lot of the adults will walk or take Uber or, and it wasn't mentioned, but I remember when I had my kids are 26 and 24 now, but when they were young, if there wasn't like a birthday party, oh, there's a bowling party, we have a bowling alley in town, I live in South Brunswick. Oh, this friend and that friend and that friend are going, okay, let's all carpool. So one parent takes 4 kids. So, yes, it takes into account staff in that 30 count.
The only reason I ask is on page 3 of your memo, the weekday demand projection, from Ms. Miller testified that there were employees usually on site from 9 o'clock,
And we did not account for the handful of employees earlier in that table.
Okay. May I ask why?
Frankly, we weren't aware at the time that there were some daytime staff. I heard that testimony this evening. But I think what is important to understand is that the maximum demand of SMAPA is going to occur between 4 and 8. The restaurant's peak demand is going to tail into like the 6 to 7 o'clock time. And it's really, when I look at this parking lot, to me, that's the critical time as it relates to the application that's before you. And the advantage of the mix of tenants on this site currently is that 20,000 feet of them are office users. And by that time of day, when SMAPA is up and running at full operation and the restaurant is starting to gear up for full operation, the office tenants are generating very little, if any, parking demand.
I don't know if this is a question for you or for the applicant, but are any of the other tenants permitted to park overnight? I know Wyandotte Oak has trucks. I don't know where they park them.
Yeah, I would have to defer to the applicant.
Okay. Could we ask? Yes, please.
You want him to come up now?
Yes, please.
Dave?
Give him this one. I don't know if it's on. I don't think it's on.
Yeah, I'll take the opportunity to add to, even with SMAPA's staff parking, between 9 and 5, according to the analysis Langan did, there's still capacity. If you add, 2 to 3 spaces during that hour, you're still not reaching the maximum capacity of 88 spaces throughout the day. Can you repeat your question again regarding overnights?
I was asking about overnight parking. Are any of the tenants permitted to park overnight?
Permitted to park overnight, not necessarily. Do some of them park overnight? They do. That's on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. And I mean, from just on the demand projection from 9 to 10, you've got, 105 and 117 spaces that you're projecting.
You can go. You're dismissed. Understand the difference between the tables. So the tables you're referring to, we were just estimating parking demand for not only SMAPA and the vacant restaurant, but for all the existing tenants as well. As part of your professionals' review letters, they made the good suggestion that we should go and actually quantify what existing parking demands there are at the site. So in doing that, and then estimating for SMAPA and the restaurant, that's towards the end of the memo. So like page 5 of 11 is based on the actual parking counts that were done. So when you look at it based on the existing parking demand and the projections for SMAPA and the restaurant, the total estimated peak parking demand in the future is a lot lower than just basing it on the ordinance requirements, which is what the earlier tables do. I didn't even touch the earlier tables because in my opinion, they're really not accurate or valid to the discussion. Doing the parking demand study at the site is more meaningful in terms of the information because it's accurate and reflective of what the actual demands are. And I'll be frank with you, when I heard there was a gym with 10,000 feet, my initial reaction was, it's gonna have a very large parking demand. But this gym is really a specialized one where it's essentially exercise classes in the morning, and then once you get past the morning, it's really not doing that much. It's more personal trainer, one-on-one type activity. So doing the parking counts at the suggestion of your professionals, I think was a very good suggestion and brings more accurate information and puts you in a more informed position to make a decision.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Church?
No question.
Mr. Simon?
This is more of a general question, might be for Janice. What's the difference in the requirement based on the facility? So for SMAPA, it says 1 space per 100 square feet, but for everything else, it's for 250.
Because our code has a different parking requirement for, dance classes and dance studios. That the parking requirement in our code is 1 per 100 square feet, as opposed to retail, which is 1 per 200.
And then for the gym was 200? Because it's 200, 250, and then 100.
Yeah, we have a separate requirement for the
each
gym.
one.
So we're just referencing the requirements in our code.
Got it, okay. Okay. And I don't know if this question is for you, but for the restaurant, where's the trash for the restaurant?
It's not for me. We'll bring Vince back up. I didn't look at the plans that closely.
I can answer that question, having reviewed
thank
the
you.
original site plan. They have an internal trash area, and I assume that they're going to be keeping that internal trash area accessed from Label Street with the new restaurant.
The applicant is indicating that is accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vieira?
The only question I have is around snow removal.
Again, wrong witness.
Okay. But, so based on your calculations, you think there's enough parking in the event of a snow event?
Look, when it snows, you're going to lose some parking unless the applicant carts the snow off the site. Back in the day when I was young and I got into this business, you were able to dump the snow into the stream, into the brook. Don't think you're allowed to do that anymore. So yeah, temporarily there might be some spaces blocked because of snow removal and storing snow on the site. But you know, if the situation became dire, the applicant would have to cart the snow off the site.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have several questions. I do this for a living, so I'm not going to, I'm basically comfortable with the numbers and my concern. Okay, let's do a couple of things before I get to what happens if the uses change. One, to go back to what we were discussing before, and we deferred to you, but no one else asked, is pedestrian access. And is there, and the question, let me, Ms. Miller testified that some of her students will be walking from schools that are over by Chestnut Street, and the logical thing for them to do is to walk along Forest, come down Oak, and because it is definitely not safe to walk around the building on Erie Place because it's so narrow there, they'll walk through the parking lot, and and the plans don't really address that pedestrian access. And how wide an area, I guess, should be provided, and then we'll discuss striping versus curbing versus, whatever, just an inch raised sidewalk, but how wide should that be?
Well, before I answer that, I'll answer the question directly, Mr. Chairman, but I want to add a little color to it. Yeah, sidewalk probably should be about 4 feet wide. But I always look at things practically as well, particularly if we're trying to cater to high school students or any kids.
Who frequently walk in pairs is,
Right. So 5 foot, if you wanted to have people walking side by side. But here's the issue, and we had this issue in South Brunswick with high school kids walking to a McDonald's not far away from the high school. Yeah, we could define or put a sidewalk against the building to connect it out to Oak Place. I tell you right now, kids are not going to use it. They're going to take the shortest path from Oak Place to wherever they're going on this site, and they're going to walk down the middle of the parking lot. Not unlike anybody that parks in the back that might be associated with either SMAPA.
I'm going to get to that question.
Or the gym or any of the other tenants that you would access on the east side of the building. So, practically speaking, I think it's important to have connections from the surrounding streets to the site. But once you get on the site interior, this is not a large site in terms of parking. I would characterize it, these are 2 small parking lots. It's very easy to travel in these small parking lots. Visibility is great everywhere. It's no different than if you park in one of these spaces and you're walking to a building entrance. So I understand the comment and the concern. I don't necessarily agree with it. Obviously, the applicant is going to defer to what the board wants. But just practically speaking, I don't think sidewalks would get used, particularly by students.
Well, and I made the comment before as to what kids realistically will do, and I understand that. The area where I am most concerned, and, even with not being able to control where kids walk, is the narrow stretch between the building and the brook, where cars are going to be coming around that corner, and they're not going to see a kid who's, hidden, coming from behind the building. And I have a real concern there that people are just going to make that turn and hit a kid before they ever even see him if they're walking in the middle of the road. And do you have a solution for that?
And I think that's a valid concern and a good one to raise. And being at the site tonight, if you're coming from the Erie side and you're going to the Oak Place side, that's a blind corner around that building corner. So I totally agree with you. I think my initial reaction is we could put up some of those mirrors to basically help and illustrate for a motorist to see around that corner.
Mr. Placek raised his hand.
Yeah, he can certainly come up. It's his prerogative.
We have a bollard at that corner as well, so cars can't encroach to that corner of the building or that northern-facing edge of the building, so it forces them to make a little bit wider turn.
And you have an island coming out, but I would maintain their, and that there's going to be a blind spot there, that even before they swing around and be able to see a kid walking, who's 10 feet from the edge of the building. And if they're going at any speed, it's fine if they're going, 5 miles an hour, what they should be doing. But, people like kids drivers, follow the rules always.
Yeah. And for what it's worth, the Montclair Fund for Educational Excellence is located at this facility and provides after-school tutoring, predominantly to underserved kids in our communities that don't have access to cars. A lot of them do walk to this location as well. So for the last 2 years, 3 years, they've been operating here with some after-school tutoring without incident.
I honestly think it's really unsafe, and I think that there's room for improvement. You could put more bollards around where you have those stripes.
Sure.
I actually think that it should wrap around the south side of the building. If you move those parking spaces a few feet away from the building, you can create a walkway between the parking spaces and the building so that the kids don't have to walk in the middle of the parking lot. They can walk right, and that's the quickest route.
We'll give them the option, for sure.
It's the quickest route to the entrance is to walk right along the, and I say north, I mean south, I'm sorry, the south side of the building. And that's the quickest route to the entrance. So
Yeah.
I think you can make some real significant safety improvements.
Yeah, I'd recommend a bollard or even, landscape planters or something along those lines that maybe are more aesthetically pleasing. We'd be open to that.
Between that and then creating that walkway, a striped walkway.
Yeah, we definitely could take a look at that, absolutely.
Okay, so one of my concerns is that, a significant number of parking spaces are on the Oak Street side, and your uses when the restaurant opens particularly on weekends, are going to be focused those uses are on the Erie Street side. And again, it comes to, and I think I'm not going to require this, but the idea of the restaurant having valet service is probably a good idea. That's just my editorial. I think my real concern is, which relates to that, is the fitness studio becomes a regular gym, operates, 5 a.m. till 10 p.m. Restaurants open for brunch on weekends. The reality is, on Saturdays from 9 to 2, many weekday and weekend evenings, there is no parking there. I mean, my wife and I are young, I know, but we park in the train station because most of the commuters have left and walked to the restaurants because it's just easier than driving around the block a couple times trying to find a space. And, and now when the brewery has events, suddenly that train station parking lot is full in the evening. And, so I don't think you can, at times where it might be peak, I don't think you can rely on off-street parking being available for the site. And let me give you where I'm coming from that in turn. So I'm representing an applicant, and we do the traffic study and say no impact on traffic. Worst is level of service C. Board, the public, can't believe the traffic engineer reading from books, and you've heard that in your life.
Everyone that has a driver's license, Mr. Chairman, I believe are qualified traffic engineers. So I will just say that.
And so the board requested, and we agreed, do a traffic survey after phase 1. We know it's a waste of time and money, but we agreed. I'm torn on that because I thought that was a silly requirement, even though we agreed. But I guess the question is,
bless you.
We're dealing with two, and as I said, I don't want to do a condition where you come back because uses change, hours of operation, or a new tenant comes in and I'll be spending my life here. I've close to spending my life here as it is, but don't want to. Do you have a practical solution that requires the applicant to do something to identify if a problem's developing so we can address it and not, that's not going to, every time, someone is open one more hour, we're suddenly having to deal with it?
I don't have anything like definitive or concrete. I think it's a good question, and it's a valid concern. And practically speaking, I don't know how we can address that concern. I will tell you, I did talk to the applicant during the break, and as you would expect, it's in the applicant's absolute best interest to manage the tenant mix that comes to this site so that there isn't a parking issue. Because the worst thing when you're trying to court a new tenant at a site is to have a full parking lot with no available parking. They're going to look elsewhere. I will tell you, and I will offer for the board's consideration, I think, let's say SMAPA, you approve it, SMAPA, it's built and occupied, and then 10 years later, SMAPA wants to move on, whatever the case may be. I don't think, even though it's a permitted use in the zone, another gym or a gym-type operation should occupy this site simultaneous or concurrently with FitLoft. I think there should be a limitation on how much gym space is occupied at this site, because gyms, as you probably know, have higher parking demands than, say, office uses. And the reason is the durations for a gym patron in terms of the amount of time they park their vehicles are longer oftentimes than other uses. So I would just respectfully submit to you, you probably shouldn't have any more gym type operations at this site. FitLoft is fine based on our numbers, but any other additional gym operations should not come here. And again, it's in the applicant's best interest to manage the tenant mix to ensure that they don't have a parking issue at this site, because it's going to inhibit their ability to attract new tenants if and when they have vacant space in the future. But I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. It's very hard, and I've been to other towns, I'm sure you have too. They have tenancy reviews. And then unfortunately, people that own shopping centers or like a mixed-use site like this one is, are before a board,
before the
all
board
the time.
I understand.
And it just
I'm not
becomes
trying to do-
laborious and
Well,
tedious.
let me throw this out is, you know, what we have before us is the dance studio, and we've had extensive testimony that their parking demand is way less than what the ordinance requires. On the other hand, it is a big space, and maybe the requirement is just specific to that space, that if there's a change in tenancy of that space, that they would come back and demonstrate that it's not, you know, because by and large, we're doing this because the testimony is, you know, their parking demand is not only less than the ordinance, it's less than what you estimated in, you know, your calculations.
You okay with that? I think you're looking at me.
Well, it's
I'm not-
easier
Dave,
if
I'm
you
not gonna
agree,
commit
or if
you.
you have an alternate suggestion rather than our imposing something.
Yeah, I think though it's 6,000 square feet, including the mezzanine level. So if this were general office space, let's say, at the ordinance is what, 1 per 250 for general office?
Right.
So 1 per 250 is 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet. That would require 24 spaces. I would say that if it's a less intense parking use than the 30, that we wouldn't need to come back to the body. But if it's a more intense use than the 30 by ordinance,
But you said
We
a
would.
change in tenancy. If we have a different dance studio or a different,
You mean change in use, don't you?
it's not what he said. Because this is very specific to this tenant.
right, if we were putting in an office tenant, we wouldn't be before the board tonight. So I guess I'm trying to understand.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm there, I'm dealing with the issue the two of them are raising as to that, and
How about if the ordinance requirement for that space is more than 30 spaces, regardless of the tenancy, that triggers a need to come back for
I
re-review?
mean, I think it would anyway. I think that's a given.
well,
If it was going to be an office use, it would only be 24 per ordinance.
And that's not, that. Yeah, that wouldn't be the problem. What we're trying to do is avoid the
no,
problem.
I
think if it were karate studio or something along those lines that has a higher requirement, we'd be required to come back here.
Well, but that's the issue is
Well,
that's the same use.
Yes, you're, okay, if it's.
That's a tenancy question.
Well, well, it's actually dealing with both.
Right.
Because if you did a different dance studio, it would come in as 60. Was that, 61 was the number.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're okay with the condition that if a new tenant is going in that space whose parking requirement per the ordinance is more than 30 spaces, you would come back here?
Okay.
We're fine with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board of this witness? Okay. Any members of the audience with questions of this witness? Okay. Want to call Mr. Williams?
We'll call Mr. Williams for
Thank you for your time at this late hour.
testimony. Thank you. George Williams.
To raise your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I most certainly do.
Name and address, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is George Wheatle Williams with the Nishwayne Group, located at 105 Grove Street here in Montclair, suite number 3 and 4.
He just appeared last month. We accept him as an expert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I assume your license didn't go away in the
It has not.
past month.
Okay. All right, George, so I want you to focus on the D variance
Okay.
and provide your analysis of that and your opinion as to whether it satisfies the request complies with the, or meets the criteria for a D variance under the municipal land use law.
Certainly, I had a lengthy testimony based on some of the planning literature and case law, but I will go directly to the D variance, given the lateness of the evening. As this board knows, the proposed use, according to the Montclair Code, is not among the permitted uses, so we are here for a D1 use variance for the dance studio, which is defined a bit differently in your code. And give me 1 second, I'll get to that definition. It's captured in your board planner's report as well, but let me just repeat it for a second. If I can find it. Yeah, definition. Give me 1 second.
Fitness center?
Yeah. According to section 347.2 of your code, fitness center is defined as follows, and again, it's in Ms. Talley's memo, but for the record, very quickly, an enclosed building or structure with facilities for conducting recreational activities such as aerobic exercises, running and jogging, and which may contain exercise equipment, sports courts, and swimming facilities. This use also includes establishments for group fitness instruction, such as yoga, Pilates, karate, dance studios, as well as boxing gyms, and it goes on. But there's no standalone definition for dance studios, so we are here for a D1 use variance because this particular use is not included in the C2 zone district. There's a lot of language, a lot of literature that talks about the need, particularly post-pandemic, thinking about being more flexible and broad in the consideration of ground floor commercial and retail uses in mixed-use developments such as this, saying that to keep these kind of mixed-use facilities activated and to reduce the probability of vacancies such as the one we have here, consideration should be given to trending land uses. Among those land uses are things like the breweries that the chairman just mentioned, studios, artisan spaces, et cetera. So you're going to hear me speak tangentially about that planning literature when I get to the proofs. As this board knows, in terms of the proofs required for a D1 use variance, it's a balancing act. The applicant has to show both the affirmative criteria and the negative criteria. The affirmative criteria is known as the special reasons, such as the use is inherently beneficial, that if you were to grant our relief, you would advance the purposes of zoning, and that the use is particularly suitable for this site. And last but not least, if you were to deny our application, it would constitute an undue hardship on the applicant. That's balanced against the negative criteria, as you know, two-pronged test, that if you were to grant our relief to permit this use at this site, in this district, it would not constitute a substantial detriment to the public good, meaning negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood or character of the zone district. Second prong is no substantial impairment to the zone plan, meaning if you were to grant this relief, you would not substantially change or minimize or diminish the intent and purpose of your land use element. In my professional opinion, again, I'm trying to be as quick and brief as possible. If you were to grant this D1 variance for the proposed use, you would advance several purposes of zoning. The first would be subsection A, and I'll quote, under 40:55D-2, to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands in a state in a manner which will promote the health, safety, morals, and general welfare. From a planning perspective, anytime you eliminate, deter vacancies, that is advancing general welfare. This particular use, as you heard from the applicant, is designed to promote health of people, in this case, not only our youth, but as you heard Ms. Miller say, also seniors. Subsection G, to provide sufficient space and appropriate locations for a variety of agricultural, residential, recreational, commercial, and industrial uses in open space, both public and private, according to their respective environmental requirements, in order to meet the needs of all New Jersey citizens. In my professional opinion, if you were to grant this relief, you would advance that purpose by allowing a use that, in my opinion, based on the literature, the testimony you've heard before, is very appropriate for this complex, given its mixed-use nature and the opportunity to remove a vacancy and to take advantage of the shared parking analysis that you just heard about a moment ago. Subsection I, to promote a desirable visual environment through creative development techniques and good civic design and arrangement. From a professional planning perspective, if you were to grant this relief, you would advance both portions of subsection I. You heard testimony from Mr. Horowitz about the design intent for this facility, again, an adaptive reuse where the focus is to return the building to a semblance of what it once was before some of the bastardization took place. Also, the good civic design, you heard testimony from not only our architect, but the civil engineer and our traffic expert about the change of the site layout. We are arguing that the modifications to the site layout include a number of improvements, and you heard about the repaving, milling, striping, right sizing of the parking stalls, landscaping, lighting, and a circulation flow, which you heard substantive testimony about from both of our experts that make this site more maneuverable, safe, and appealing. In terms of particular suitability, from my professional planning perspective, based on the test for suitability, what unique characteristics of the site itself make it particularly appropriate for the proposed use, and you've heard testimony from a number of the members of this team, including the applicant, who spoke about its proximity to parking for the first time, and I think her history here in Montclair, walkability for some of her targeted audience, but also from the synergy that's mentioned in both the traffic engineer's report, and you heard from the applicant himself that there's some unique synergies from the mix of tenants in this mixed-use development that make the addition of the dance studio particularly suitable for this site. Synergies include that with the fit loft use and others, that possibility for shared studio space that Ms. Miller mentioned a bit earlier. And again, the adaptive reuse element of this application is particularly appealing, being able to advance some of the master plan recommendations about maintaining the character of some of these former manufacturing buildings. In terms of the negative criteria, the first prong, as I mentioned, the no substantial detriment to the public good. That word substantial comes directly from the municipal land use law, and I would submit to this board, not only is there no substantial detriment to approving the proposed dance studio, but I would argue there's no detriment to the public good. And that's based on our site visits and the testimony you've heard from the prior witnesses. Instead of a detriment, I would argue that the adaptive reuse is a positive a benefit that accrues not just to the applicant, but to the surrounding community. Similarly, the improvements that are mentioned by our civil engineer in terms of the site improvements, those are all to the good, and they benefit more than just the applicant, it's more than just the studio, but rather the surrounding site and area. Finally, the shared parking strategy is one that you've heard testimony from our traffic engineer is one that works. From a planning perspective, shared parking is encouraged in situations like this where there is a synergy and there's an overlap in peak parking hours, so that it, not overlap, a separation, so that it actually works on a site, maximizes that site, and is the antithesis of over parking a site, having a sea of macadam, which does not benefit the environment, the site, the neighborhood. The second prong of the negative criteria, again, no substantial impairment to the zone plan. My review of the 2020 Unified Land Use Transportation element and the 2016 reexamination report suggests that, again, there'll be no substantial impairment. Rather, there would be several goals and objectives that would be advanced. I'm not going to go through all of them that I had listed initially. I'll try to paraphrase and say that your plan does recommend adaptive reuse. It has very specific language about encouraging certain uses like the proposed dance studio that's before you this evening, and that the town should consider, vis-a-vis the planning literature I just mentioned earlier, re-examining uses that would be appropriate for the C2 and or changing the C2 to a neighborhood commercial zone. Under the Economic Development and Arts Development Regulations recommendations, and I quote, change the zone designation for the commercial district on Walnut Street between Forest Street and Grove Street from C2 general business and light manufacturing zone to the neighborhood commercial zone to better reflect its identity as a shopping dining destination. I would submit that also arts and culture, which, as you heard from Ms. Miller, the proposed dance studio is a part of. There is an educational component of the studio, which is all about arts and culture. I note that there is an existing dance studio located at 258 Park Street, the Giselle Renee Dance Studio, which is also in the neighborhood commercial district. So if you look at that in the context of the master plan, recommending the rezoning, then I would submit that certainly there'd be no impairment to your plan because this use would comport with the NG zone district. That would conclude direct.
Okay.
That's
No
the fastest
further
I've ever gone.
Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
Mr. Williams, I have no questions.
Ms. Grant? Ms. Grant, do you have any questions?
That was a shock.
I have no questions.
Okay. Mr. Caulfield, do you have any questions?
Thanks for your brevity.
Ms. Harris, do you have any questions? Mr. Mr. Simon?
No questions.
I have no questions. You listened to my advice very well.
Thank you,
Mr.
Commissioners.
Trembulac,
We have no further witnesses.
are there any members of the public who have any testimony concerning the application or anything whatsoever you want to say?
Just said 3 sentences. I think we need the D1 variance. I'm not going to repeat what Mr. Williams just said in justification. We need the parking variance. I think we've established that there's adequate parking based upon the synergy of uses, et cetera. In terms of the site plan, I think we've addressed all of the comments of your professionals, and we've also agreed to the modifications and changes that the board has requested tonight. So I think this is a really good application and is deserving of your approval. And thank you for your time and thank you for staying late.
Did you have audience member? Did you want to say something?
Yes.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board? Name and address?
No, it is. Hi, Jessica Stolzberg. I live on Fairfield Street in Montclair. I kind of wear 2 hats for SMAPA. I'm a former parent of a dancer, and I've been on the board for, I think, 5 or 6 years. My daughter, I wish I could say my daughter grew up in my home, but I actually believe she grew up at SMAPA. And she danced there from age 8 to 18. She's now 21. She's about to graduate from college. She didn't major in dance in college, but she's continued to dance the whole time she's been at school. I can't say enough about what my daughter gained and every student gains from this organization. And it's really like no other. It's not common to have a not-for-profit dance studio. We certainly don't have another like it in Montclair. And I think there's been so much thoughtful information put into this room, both from all of the people who testified and all of your questions. And I feel like most of your questions from where I stood were really about safety and concerns for, especially when it comes to the parking lot, which I really appreciate when we're sending our kids somewhere. So that's sort of where I am. And I think sometimes what gets lost is what is this place that we want to find this new home for. And I just hope that when you consider the variances that are needed for this plan, that you're thinking also about what Sharron Miller's Academy for Performing Arts brings to Montclair and what it's been bringing here for so long and to so many people. Just a couple things that came up that I thought about was that when Sharron talks about the growth of SMAPA, it won't actually change what happens in those studios because she is really strict about class size. And because, like she said, it impacts the quality of the education. And I know that because she probably remembers when my daughter didn't get to take a specific ballet class I was hoping she could be in because she said, nope, it's full and she can't, that's it. So she really there's a very fine line with that sort of thing. So you don't need to worry about sort of the studio getting too big and a greater population coming in than it allows for. And the other thing to keep in mind is regarding the high traffic periods, that is usually at the age where you are dropping off your kids and your kids don't want you there. They don't want you coming in and observing. And there was a point in my daughter's timeline at SMAPA where I literally was almost told, like, your days of looking through those vision panels have come to a close. And that was when the carpooling began. That's another thing to keep in mind. We did a lot of carpooling because parents are busy. And when you can get 4 dancers into a car and dropped off and you leave and go back and do your thing and a different parent comes and picks the same 4 kids up, we did a lot of that for all through high school and middle school as well. So that's another thing to be keeping in mind, that traffic that I know is a concern is really reduced. So that's mostly what I wanted to put into the room. So thanks so much for your consideration tonight.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
Name and address, please.
Heather Robles. I live on 45 Linden Boulevard in Brooklyn. Okay. I'm a board member. I'm a former faculty member at SMAPA. Is that on? Is that the green line? Oh,
Yeah.
there we go. Okay. So I'm a board member at SMAPA, I'm a former faculty member and a former teaching artist, and I also want to fortify what Jessica just shared, that there are no parents, or very few parents, who watch their kids during the dance classes, because that's also parents' me time for Starbucks and errand running. So the halls are really never filled with parents watching. I'm currently executive director of the New York Dance and Performance Awards, which is like the Academy Awards of Dance in New York, and also a professional choreographer and direct my own company in New York City. Sharron Miller's Academy for the Performing Arts is a community staple. Founded by Sharron, a former principal dancer with Alvin Ailey, which is the world's most renowned, famous modern dance company, SMAPA provides arts education of the highest caliber. She provides training for everyone, from toddlers to teens, adults, and seniors. She does this not only at accessible tuition levels, but also ensures that the young talent who can't afford at all to train can do so with full scholarship. She also takes arts education outside the studio into schools in Newark and Paterson with teaching artists, providing quality dance education to hundreds of students who might not otherwise receive this opportunity. All students at SMAPA learn how to express themselves and their emotions with skill and meaning. They learn how to think in new mathematical and creative ways, and how to embody their own story and values in movement and in their full being. The value of this cannot be measured. Alumni from SMAPA are not only performing in the top dance companies around the world, they are also students and graduates of top universities in law, science, architecture, political science, and environmental justice. They are excellent citizens, deeply involved in creating equity and justice in their communities and institutions. SMAPA prepares students not only to excel in the arts, but in life. SMAPA is a place where everyone who enters is valued and nurtured. Sharron is making the world a better place right here in Montclair. I urge you to support the transition of this arts nonprofit into our new home for the benefit of the community of Montclair and beyond. Thank you.
Start discussion with Mr. McCulloch.
Yes, I certainly am in support of this application. I do think that the discussion around the sidewalk is a critical matter, and so I'm not sure how we want to address that. But outside of that, I think that this is a really good application, and I think is beneficial for our community.
Ms. Grant?
I'm in support of the application, and I thought that the discussion tonight, I agree, brought up a lot of important concerns. One was the security of the door. It's a busy area, and then moving where there will be much more children in the area. I think that was a good discussion to have. Also, we talked about traveling as far as the schools and traveling to, and also flooding and the milling and repaving. So yes, I'm in support.
Mr. Caulfield?
I'm in support as well. Ms. Miller, I think you're going to have to add parking czar to your profession here, because you're going to need to be out there and check things out, but I'm in favor. Thank you.
Ms. Harris?
I'm in favor of the application. I think, for the improvement to the building, which is an eyesore, but also to allow Ms. Miller to continue her work here in Montclair, which is important. I think in addition to the variances requested, we should probably acknowledge the shed on the property, and it appears that it's within the side yard, the front yard setback for the property.
It's behind the building, so it's not in the building line, so it's behind the front of the building.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't think there's no variance for.
Okay.
Mr. Church?
Yeah, I would echo my colleagues' ascension to this application with provisos as elicited by the chairman, if there need be. It is a good application. I believe that it will improve a hidden property that has been neglected for a long time, even though some businesses have gone in there and populated it. But this will give it the added boost it needs to become a piece of property in Montclair that we could all be proud of. And the dance studio is something that we're proud of now, and this will give it much more visibility and much more space to operate in, much nicer space. So I'd be in favor of this with any applications that have to be applied.
Mr. Simon?
I'm in favor. The only thing I would consider, I think you should reconsider the bathroom situation and obviously the walkways. But overall, I think it's a definitely good use for the facility and for the organization. So, yes.
Mr. Piera?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm also in favor of this application. I think this is a great improvement for the site. And also, Ms. Miller, I will be registering my daughter when she turns 2.
I'm also in support of the application. Ms. Miller and SMAPA have been one of the things that make Montclair what it is. And I'm glad we found a home where you have parking and easier access for parents dropping off their children. And, I think this has been an asset to the town. And glad you found a new home, and it's going to contribute to the property being improved by the current tenant and future owner, which will also be appreciated as probably the most nondescript is one of the politer words I could use to describe the building. I think clearly the proofs demonstrate that it qualifies for a use variance. The use is similar to uses that are permitted in the zone. Given the property, it's not going to have any substantial detriment to the public good, and as I said, it's not going to be a substantial impairment. The zone plan to go through conditions, an easement for the parking area and landscaped area that's on the adjacent property shall be submitted to the board attorney for approval before a CO is issued for the dance studio, and that easement address both the landscaping and the parking on the property and the maintenance of that area by this property. And conditions 12, 13, 15, 27, and 28 of the engineer's report, and sticking with the engineer's report, but modifying somewhat. Condition 21, the last sentence in the second paragraph, which deals with looking at the existing inlets with a specific understanding that it includes the inlet on Erie Street that's referenced in condition 3 of the 1997 approval. Condition 1 of the HBC recommendations, that any future application on the property give consideration to either enhancing or replacing the stucco portion of the wall, and that could include using it for art displays, but just trying to at least give some consideration to the other recommendations of the HPC. I didn't finish with the engineer. Condition 23 of the engineer's report to be modified to require that the applicant discuss with PSE&G whether they would accept a color temperature of no more than 3,500, that's the correct way of saying that. And then condition 32 of the engineer's report, the portable toilet that is installed during the fit out of the space be removed within 5 business days of the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for this dance studio. That a revised landscaping plan be submitted to the planning department for approval that includes replacing the dead or missing skip laurel along label place and then extending those skip laurel to the edge of the shed, so the whole parking lot is screened. That include replacing the grass that's in that northwest corner with appropriate native shrubbery, and that consideration to planting decorative trees in the planting islands.
You mean in the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay.
That the trash enclosure adhere to be designed in accordance with the ordinance, and the plans for that be submitted to the planning office for approval. That the wheel stops on the south side of the property be removed. To state what I think is the law, but to make it clear that no snow be plowed into Tony's Brook. If you owned it, I would be doing more with Tony's Brook, because that's could be an asset to the town. How to read my own writing. That there be a walkway from the northern edge of the 12-foot wide space between the building and Tony's Brook that is at least 3 feet wide and continue around the building to the entrance to the dance studio, that will be demarked in a sufficient fashion so it is clear that it is a walkway, and plans for that to be provided to the planning office as to how that's going to be established. And that if, now I can read this, that if a new tenant goes into the dance studio space whose parking demand pursuant to the ordinance exceeds 30 spaces, that they would have to come back to the board for approval of that use. I think I captured everything. Not doing toilets because they're meeting code, although I agree with you that I think that some late afternoons are going to be very busy. But code is code. Any other conditions, questions, discussion? And if not, would someone want to make a motion?
Motion to approve with the conditions as specified by the chair.
Second.
Okay, just going to do voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Go do it.
Thank you very much.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Yes.
See everyone mid-April.
All right.